Sometimes the most unusual stories begin in silence, a silence so vast it seems alive, as though it's listening. Tonight I want to share with you a tale that drifts softly between memory and dream, carried by stars that never quite stay still. This isn't just a story about Rick, nor about the Citadel, but about the quiet spaces in between, where longing hides and wisdom waits. And before we wander too far, I want you to know something important. We truly love and care for you. You are safe here in this little corner of the night. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee and let's get started. When he was young, long before the Citadel had gathered its weight of noise and endless routine, there was a Rick who seemed different from all the others. He carried his childhood like a small, unfinished song, a melody half remembered in the back of his mind. The others, even then, filled their days with sparks and shouting, racing to prove themselves clever and loud. But this one lingered at the edges of classrooms and corridors, his hands busy with small objects while his eyes wandered somewhere else entirely. He was there, yet apart. Present, but not insistent. Children did not always notice what made him unusual, but they sensed it. They sensed his quiet. It was not the silence of shyness, nor the silence of fear. It was something stranger, like the hush of a forest after rain, or the pause before a dream begins. When teachers asked questions, he would hesitate. Sometimes he would answer, and his words were sharp and clever, but most of the time he simply let the question drift away unanswered. He seemed to know that silence itself could speak, and he preferred to listen to what others missed: the flicker of light in a window, the sigh of someone's breath, the delicate trembling of his own thoughts. In the small home where he grew, nights were filled with the hum of machinery. His family was restless, always tinkering, always trying to make something new. But he was restless in a different way. He would sit near the window while others argued over equations, staring at the sky as though it was whispering to him. He once told a cousin that the stars were talking, but not with words. They were telling him something in a language only silence could hold. The cousin laughed, thinking it childish, but Rick only smiled. He didn't need to be believed. Sometimes children teased him. They said he was strange for not joining their noisy debates. They called him slow or cold or stubborn. Yet in his quiet way, he absorbed every insult and let it pass through him like wind through tall grass. He never shouted back. Instead, he would watch the one who teased him until they grew uncomfortable, as if they realized they were louder than they needed to be. His silence was not weakness. It was a mirror, and in it, others saw themselves too clearly. There was one boy who sat beside him in those days, a boy with restless hands and nervous laughter. The boy liked to talk, endlessly filling space with questions. At first, he found Rick's quiet unsettling. He would lean close and whisper things, trying to get a reaction. Most of the time, Rick said nothing. But once, when the boy confessed he was scared of being left behind, Rick reached out and handed him a small metal bird he had built out of scraps. No words, just the gift. The boy kept it and never teased him again. That was how Rick made his first friend, without explanations, without promises, only with a gesture that spoke louder than language. In the years that followed, Rick's silence grew into something deeper. Teachers noticed he seemed to grasp difficult concepts without needing them explained. He did not compete in the usual way. He never rushed to prove himself first. Instead, he would return home and build alone, creating inventions that seemed to come out of dreams. Small gadgets that hummed and glowed, but always in service of some private curiosity rather than fame. His family, proud but perplexed, could not understand why he did not show these creations to others. He shrugged when they asked. He didn't need applause. He only needed the quiet satisfaction of watching something new come alive in his hands. And yet there was a loneliness in him, too. At night, when the house settled into its tired rhythm, he would sit awake by the window. The stars, still whispering, seemed to lean closer. He sometimes felt as though he was waiting for someone who had not yet arrived, someone who would understand why the silence mattered. He did not know who they were, or when they might come, but the waiting itself became a part of him. His childhood heart carried that waiting like a secret weight. On one of those nights, his mother found him awake. She asked him what he was doing, why he looked so far away. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed upward at the sky scattered with pale sparks. She sighed, kissed his head, and told him to sleep. But even as he closed his eyes, he knew he was listening to something she could not hear. There were moments, brief and delicate, when his silence opened into tenderness. When a neighbor's child scraped her knee, Rick said nothing, but sat beside her until she stopped crying. When his cousin lost a beloved toy, Rick rebuilt it in secret and left it at his door without
a word. These were not grand gestures.
They were small, ordinary kindnesses, but they held the shape of who he was becoming. Children grow as all children must. His height stretched, his voice deepened, and still he carried the hush of his nature with him. Others mistook it for arrogance, for distance, sometimes even for disdain. But those who looked closer saw something else: patience, perception, a way of holding space so that others could be seen more clearly. He didn't always understand their words, but he understood their pauses, their hesitations, their fears, hidden between syllables. In the Citadel, where noise was power, this quietness was almost scandalous. But in childhood, before the weight of expectations pressed too hard, it was simply part of him. He didn't try to change it. He let it shape him the way water shapes stone, slowly, gently, without hurry. And sometimes, in the midst of that, stillness. He felt something awakening, a sense that silence itself was a kind of gift. Not everyone could hold it without trembling. Not everyone could bear the absence of sound without rushing to fill it. But he could. And maybe, just maybe, that meant he could hear what others could not. As he drifted from childhood into the uncertain edge of youth, this gift began to set him apart more sharply. Friends grew fewer, though the ones who remained were faithful in quiet ways. Teachers admired him, but did not always know how to reach him. Family members shook their heads, muttering that he was lost in thought too often. Yet through it all, he kept building small devices, toys and trinkets, objects that hummed with secret meanings only he could sense. Years later, when he would look back, he would remember these moments not as lonely, but as formative. The child who sat by windows, who listened to stars, who offered kindness without words. That child was the root of all he would become. He did not yet know the challenges ahead, or how his silence would ripple outward into the Citadel itself. For now, he was simply a boy who carried silence like a lantern, softly lighting the spaces between one heartbeat and the next. And though he never said it aloud, he believed the silence was speaking to him still. Perhaps it always would. There are gifts that announce themselves loudly, like lightning tearing open a storm, and there are gifts that arrive as quietly as a feather drifting through an open window. Rick's gift belonged to the second kind. At first, even he did not know it was there. It began with moments so subtle that they almost went unnoticed. The way he could feel the unease of a room before anyone spoke, the way he seemed to know when someone was carrying a weight they had not shared. It was not telepathy, not anything that could be measured in equations or displayed as science. It was a deeper form of listening, a listening that stretched beyond sound. As a boy, he often sat near others without speaking, and after a time they found themselves telling him things they had hidden from everyone else. A cousin whispered fears about being forgotten. A neighbor confided a dream she could not shake. Even strangers, when caught in his quiet gaze, sometimes opened their hearts without knowing why. Rick never pressed them, never judged, never even replied in full sentences. But they always left lighter, as though silence had carried some of their burden away. He began to notice this pattern, and though he did not fully understand it, he accepted it. His silence was not empty. It was porous, like a soft cloth that absorbed whatever others spilled. And in that way, he discovered that his stillness was not only his own. It belonged to others too. There were small examples, ones that seemed ordinary to anyone else but stayed with him. Once a teacher scolded another child harshly. The boy lowered his head, ashamed. Rick, sitting nearby, said nothing, but he slid his notebook across the table so the boy could copy from it. That night, the boy looked at him differently, as though a quiet bridge had been built between them. Another time, his mother was pacing the kitchen late, distracted by worry. He only walked in, leaned against the counter, and let her talk until she finally stopped, sighed, and kissed the top of his head. She never thanked him, but she didn't need to. The hush between them said enough. What surprised him most was how this silence, which others had teased him for, became a strength when the world grew too loud. The Citadel, even in his youth, was a place of constant invention and endless talk. People competed to be the sharpest, the brightest, the most noticed. Noise was currency. Yet Rick learned that in the middle of that frenzy, his quiet carried power of another kind. When he refused to shout, others eventually stopped to listen. When he did speak, the words seemed to carry extra weight, not because they were grand, but because they were rare. But his gift was not only about others. It shaped him inside as well. In silence, he began to see things differently. He noticed patterns in the stars, rhythms in machinery, echoes in dreams. His inventions were not always the most complex, but they often solved problems no one else realized were there. Where others saw chaos, he saw subtle order. Where others rushed to invent for glory, he built to soothe small difficulties. A latch that opened without sound, a light that dimmed itself gently when the room grew too dark. They were humble things, yet they carried a kind of grace. And so his silence became a way of seeing, a way of being. It did not make him better than others, but it made him different. And that difference began to carve a path, though he did not yet know where it would lead. Still, the gift was not without its weight, for while silence allowed him to hear others, it also meant he carried their echoes. Late at night, when the stars pressed close, he sometimes felt heavy with the sorrows people had shared with him. He did not know how to release them. He was young, and though he understood much, he did not yet understand himself. Some nights he lay awake, wondering if silence was truly a gift or some strange burden he had been given. He did not find the answer then, perhaps he never truly did. Yet life has a way of teaching gently, like waves smoothing a stone. Slowly, Rick discovered that he could shape the silence, choose how to use it. He learned to give it not only to those in pain, but also to those in joy. When children played, he would watch with a soft smile, offering no interruption. When someone succeeded, he would stand nearby, letting them glow without needing to add his own light. His silence became not just a shield or a mirror, but a kind
of blessing. As adolescence edged closer, people began to notice more. Some respected him, though they could not explain why. Some avoided him, unsettled by the way he seemed to see too much.
And a few drew closer, finding in him a refuge they could not find elsewhere. It was during this time that Morty appeared, a younger boy, nervous and eager, who filled the air with questions. At first, Morty mistook Rick's quietness for indifference,
even coldness. But over time, he noticed that Rick always seemed to know when he needed reassurance. He would not speak it, but he would be there, steady as a lantern in a dark room. Morty once asked him why he stayed so quiet.
Rick did not answer right away. Instead, he picked up a piece of chalk and drew a circle on the ground. Then he tapped the space inside. "This," he said softly, "is where words live." He then tapped the empty space outside the circle. "And this is everything else." Morty frowned, confused, but later that night, lying in bed, he thought about it. Slowly, he began to understand. The gift of silence grew with him. It shaped his friendships, his inventions, his view of the Citadel. And though others did not always value it, he carried it faithfully. He began to realize that perhaps this was his role, to hold quietness in a world that had forgotten how to listen. Of course, he was still young, and there were times he doubted. He wondered if his silence made him invisible, if someday he would fade into nothing, remembered by no one. He wondered if the stars were whispering to him alone, or if he was only imagining it. But then, in small moments, he would see the way. Someone's shoulders eased in his presence, the way a child smiled when he repaired a broken toy, the way Morty leaned against him without needing to speak. And in those moments he felt certain again. Perhaps he did not need to be remembered loudly. Perhaps it was enough to be remembered softly. And so the boy who once sat by windows listening to the stars grew into a youth who carried silence not as a burden, but as a kind of lantern. He had not yet broken the Citadel's noise, nor changed the course of its history. That would come later, in ways he could not yet imagine. For now he was still learning, still shaping, still becoming, and, somewhere deep within him, the silence stirred like a hidden current, patient and strong, waiting for the day when it would guide him towards something greater. When Morty first came into Rick's life, it was not with thunder or revelation, but with the small, clumsy steps of a boy trying to keep up. He was younger, his movements uncertain, his laughter uneven. He often spoke too quickly, filling every pause with words that tangled together. At first, Rick found it curious. He had always known silence as a companion, a language more honest than sound, and here was a boy who feared silence as though it might swallow him. Morty filled the air with questions about science, about stars, about himself. And Rick, though quiet, began to notice that behind every question was not only curiosity, but longing, the kind of longing that grows in someone who doesn't quite believe he belongs. Rick did not answer every question. Sometimes he gave short, clipped replies, and sometimes he let the questions hang unanswered, floating in the space between them. Morty would frown, sometimes frustrated, sometimes hurt. But over time, he learned that silence was not rejection. He discovered that Rick's pauses carried their own kind of response, a softer truth that words could not always express. Slowly, he began to understand that Rick was teaching him a different rhythm of listening. Their early days together were quiet in ways Morty had never known. Rick never forced him to hurry, never made him feel foolish for stumbling over his thoughts. When Morty's voice cracked with insecurity, Rick simply walked beside him, letting the moment pass like a breeze. When Morty grew anxious, afraid of being judged, Rick handed him small gadgets he had built. Nothing grand, just tokens that hummed softly in his palm. They were more than objects, they were reminders that someone had thought of him without needing to explain why. One evening, they sat beneath a fractured dome of glass in one of the Citadel's endless corridors. Through the cracks, Morty could see the stars, pale and distant, flickering like candle flames almost smothered. He talked endlessly about how far those stars might be, about whether anyone out there might be watching them back. Rick said nothing. He leaned against the broken wall, eyes half closed, as though listening to something Morty could not hear. At last, Morty grew quiet, unsure if he should apologize for rambling. But Rick turned to him, lifted one finger to the sky, and simply
nodded. It was enough.
Morty felt as though, for the first time, he was included in something larger than his own restless thoughts. Their bond did not form quickly. It unfolded slowly, like a seed growing roots beneath the soil before it dares to show itself. Morty began to trust that he didn't have to fill every silence. Rick, in return, began to allow his stillness to soften, making room for Morty's restless voice. There were moments of tension, of course. Morty sometimes accused Rick of not caring,
of being distant.
But each time, Rick responded not with defense, but with a gesture, repairing a broken trinket Morty had left behind, waiting for him at the edge of a path when he lagged behind, standing nearby when he was too nervous to walk into a crowded room. Morty began to see that love did not always need the language he expected. Sometimes it was simply presence. There was one night when Morty could not sleep. His thoughts were loud, filled with the noise of doubt. He wandered until he found Rick, sitting in his usual spot, gazing at the stars through the broken dome. Without
asking, Morty sat down beside him. For a long while, neither of them spoke.
The Citadel hummed faintly in the distance, a restless giant that never truly slept. Finally, Morty whispered, "Do you ever feel like you don't belong anywhere?" Rick turned his head slowly, eyes reflecting the dim starlight. Instead of answering, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small sphere. He placed it in Morty's hand. It glowed faintly, warm like a hidden heartbeat. Morty looked at him, waiting. Rick finally murmured, "This belongs to you now." And that was all. The boy held it tightly, feeling something inside himself settle. It was in these small gestures that their relationship deepened. Rick did not lecture, did not overwhelm Morty with logic or promises. He offered silence, presence, and objects filled with quiet intention. Morty, though still young and uncertain, began to absorb these lessons. He noticed that when Rick listened without words, it gave him space to discover his own answers. He noticed that when Rick withheld speech, it was not emptiness, but trust, the belief that Morty's thoughts mattered enough to be heard in their own time. As seasons passed, their companionship became a rhythm. Rick's silence balanced Morty's restlessness. Morty's eager questions softened Rick's solitude. They were not mirror images, not even close, but they fit together like mismatched puzzle pieces that still somehow completed the picture. And though neither said it aloud, they both knew they had found something they had been waiting for without knowing it, a bond that did not demand, but simply was. The citadel around them buzzed with invention and pride, with arguments and debates that stretched long into sleepless nights. Yet within that noise, Rick and Morty carried their own quiet. Sometimes they walked through crowded halls where voices clashed like storms, and Morty found himself dizzy from the sound. Rick would place a hand on his shoulder, grounding him, reminding him to breathe. Other times, Morty would tug on Rick's sleeve, pulling him toward places where laughter echoed, where even Rick's silence could be softened by the warmth of others. They balanced each other, each filling the spaces the other left behind. Morty often wondered what Rick saw when he
stared at the stars.
He tried to ask once, pressing Rick with questions about constellations, about possibilities of life beyond. Rick gave no clear answer. Instead, he whispered, almost to himself, "They're not waiting for us. They're simply shining." Morty didn't fully understand, but the words stayed with him, echoing softly whenever he felt small. Their bond deepened in ways neither could explain to others. It was not a dramatic story, not filled with great battles or grand revelations. It was a collection of quiet evenings, of gestures unspoken, of patience learned slowly. Morty began to believe that maybe belonging was not about fitting perfectly, but about being accepted even in imperfection. And Rick, though he would never admit it openly, began to feel less alone. Over time, others noticed. Teachers remarked that Morty seemed calmer when Rick was near. Neighbors noticed Rick lingering, more often in places he once avoided. It was subtle, almost invisible, but it mattered. A silence once mistaken for distance was slowly revealed as closeness in disguise. One night, when Morty was drifting toward sleep, he thought about how strange it was that a man so quiet could teach him so much. He realized that Rick never gave him the answers outright, never laid the path before him. Instead, he allowed him to stumble, to grow, to find his way at his own pace. It was frustrating at times, but also freeing. Morty whispered into the dark, "Thanks." He knew Rick couldn't hear him, but he also knew that somehow he already had. So their days unfolded, woven with silences that were not empty, but alive. Rick carried his gift like a lantern, and Morty walked beside him, learning how to see in its light. Together they created something rare in the Citadel's restless world, a bond shaped not by words or victories, but by the quiet certainty that they were no longer alone. And though neither spoke of it, both understood that this was only the beginning of a journey that would ripple far beyond themselves. For now, it was enough to sit beneath broken glass, watching stars flicker faintly, knowing that silence, when shared, was never truly silent at all. Teaching for Rick was never something planned. He was not the sort who arranged lessons neatly on paper, nor the sort who demanded recitations. He carried his knowledge like a deep well, and if Morty lingered close enough, some of it would spill over. What made it unusual was not the information itself. Others in the Citadel taught equations, theories, and clever shortcuts, but the way Rick taught without words. He showed instead of telling. He demonstrated instead of declaring. And often, he simply let silence speak for him, leaving Morty to discover the meaning on his own. One morning, they walked together through a corridor lined with broken machinery, relics left behind when newer designs had taken their place. Morty asked endless questions about each one. What did it do? Why was it abandoned? Could it still work? Rick didn't reply. He crouched beside one rusted device, pulled a small wire free, and handed it to Morty. Then he turned and walked on. At first, Morty frowned, feeling brushed aside. But as he turned the wire in his hand, he noticed it was bent in a way that formed a circle. Later, when he compared it to diagrams he had seen, he realized Rick had quietly answered all 3 questions in a single gesture. The machine had been an energy loop. It was abandoned because the circle could no longer close, and no, it could not work anymore. Morty felt a rush of understanding, not because Rick had explained it, but because he had discovered it himself. This was how their days often unfolded. Rick never explained his silences, yet they seemed to form the shape of invisible lessons. Morty learned to look harder, to notice small details, to trust that knowledge was not always handed over. It had to be uncovered. And though at first it made him restless, over time he began to enjoy the challenge. He started to listen differently, not only to words, but to pauses, not only to machines, but to the spaces between their sounds. Sometimes the lessons were gentler, almost tender. When Morty grew frustrated at his own mistakes, Rick didn't lecture. Instead, he placed a hand on Morty's shoulder and stayed there until the boy's breathing steadied. When Morty tried to rush through a task, Rick would deliberately slow his own movements, showing him that haste was not the same as progress. When Morty felt certain he had failed, Rick would hand him a small repaired object, proof that nothing broken was beyond care. Each of these moments carried more weight than any speech could have. There was one particular evening that Morty would remember long after. They had been working with scraps of old equipment, trying to repair something. Too tangled to name. Morty grew impatient and slammed the pieces onto the ground. He muttered that he was useless, that he'd never understand things the way Rick did. Rick watched him quietly, then bent down and picked up the scattered fragments. Without saying a word, he placed them in Morty's hands again, guiding his fingers to fit 2 of the smaller pieces together. To Morty's surprise, the fragments locked into place easily. Rick gave him a faint smile, one of the rare ones, and let go. That night, Morty fell asleep, still holding the small joined pieces, his heart a little lighter. The Citadel around them was rarely still. Its streets buzzed with invention, competition, and endless ambition. Yet in the quiet corners Rick chose to inhabit, Morty discovered a rhythm of learning that did not match the world outside. Here, success was not measured in applause, but in awareness. Here, failure was not a punishment, but an invitation to look again. And slowly, Morty began to change. He talked less, though he never lost his nervous chatter entirely. He learned to pause, to let his own thoughts finish before spilling into speech. He noticed things others ignored. The way a light flickered before a circuit failed, the way someone's voice trembled when they hid uncertainty. Rick's silence had begun to shape him, teaching him to listen in ways he hadn't known were possible. One afternoon they sat near a shallow pool of water where discarded fragments floated aimlessly. Morty picked up a shard of metal and stared at his reflection. He whispered, almost embarrassed, "Do you think I'll ever be like you?" Rick didn't answer right away. He took a stone, dropped it into the pool, and watched the ripples distort Morty's reflection. Then he looked at him steadily and said, "Don't be like me, just learn to see." The words were few, but they lingered in Morty's chest long after the ripples faded. It was during this time that Morty began to sense what made Rick different from the other Ricks around them. Most Ricks thrived on argument, on showing they were the cleverest voice in the room. But this Rick seemed almost uninterested in proving himself. He built quietly, helped quietly, loved quietly. Morty realized that what made him unique was not his silence alone, but the way he used it, not as a wall, but as a doorway. Through it, Morty felt both challenged and safe. And so the boy who once filled every pause with words began to grow, comfortable in stillness. He still stumbled, still doubted, but he was learning. Rick's teaching was not about equations or machines. It was about patience, presence, and trust. Morty began to understand that the silence he had once feared was not emptiness at all. It was space. Space to think, to breathe, to grow. There were nights when Morty lay awake, replaying the day in his mind. He remembered the small gestures. A hand steadying his, a tool left out just for him, a glance that said more than sentences could. He realized Rick had been teaching him not only how to work with machines, but how to work with himself, how to sit with uncertainty, how to trust his own process, how to carry stillness into a world that rarely allowed it. And though Morty could not put it into words, he felt grateful. Sometimes he wondered if Rick had chosen him for this, or if it was only chance. But then he remembered the way Rick looked at him, not with expectation, but with quiet acceptance, and he knew it didn't matter. What mattered was the bond forming. Between them, the unspoken understanding that grew stronger with each shared silence. The Citadel might never notice such things. It might never understand the lessons hidden in pauses, in quiet gestures, in the patience of two unlikely companions. But Morty noticed, and Rick noticed too, though he kept it close, tucked away like one of his unfinished inventions. On one particular night, as they walked back through the dim corridors, Morty dared to say, "Thanks, Rick, for, everything." Rick didn't answer. He only glanced at him, a faint smile ghosting across his face before fading again. For Morty, that was enough. He knew what it meant, and so the teaching continued. Not in lectures, not in commands, but in the steady unfolding of days where silence became a language of its own. Rick showed Morty that wisdom did not always roar. Sometimes it whispered, sometimes it didn't speak at all. And in that quiet, Morty learned to hear not only his mentor, but himself. Nights in the Citadel had a peculiar texture. Even when the corridors emptied and the lights dimmed to their quiet hum, the place was never truly silent. Machines ticked and sighed. Voices echoed faintly from far-off quarters. The city seemed to dream in restless fragments. For most, this was simply background noise, but for Rick, and now for Morty, these nights became something different. They became lessons in patience, in listening to what the darkness offered, in finding peace even when surrounded by endless sound. Rick often took Morty to places others ignored, broken bridges suspended over artificial rivers, abandoned towers, where windows had cracked open to the stars, corners of forgotten courtyards where grass had dared to grow. At first, Morty could not understand why. There were no machines to repair there, no experiments to conduct, no people to impress. But as time went on, he began to notice what Rick had always known, that sometimes the most important truths were hidden in places where nothing seemed to happen. One evening, Rick led him to the edge of a collapsed stairway that overlooked the city lights. The glow stretched endlessly, as if the Citadel itself were a constellation sprawled across steel and glass. Morty talked nervously, filling the air with questions about how many people lived there, about how many machines kept it running, about whether anyone in those distant windows was looking back at them. Rick said nothing. He handed Morty a sandwich he had brought, then sat down, staring at the lights without speaking. At first, Morty fidgeted. He chewed too quickly, glanced around, felt the silence pressing uncomfortably on him. But gradually, he realized that Rick wasn't waiting for him to speak, nor expecting him to remain quiet. He was simply there, sharing space. Morty slowed his chewing. He let his shoulders relax. The lights blurred slightly as he blinked, and in that blur he saw the Citadel differently, not as noise but as breathing, alive, constant, indifferent to their smallness. He exhaled softly, and for the first time he felt the comfort Rick must have always known in these empty places. Another night they sat beneath the fractured dome where stars spilled through the cracks. Morty had been restless all day, frustrated with his own fumbling attempts at building something small and simple. He complained endlessly, berating himself for not being enough. Rick didn't interrupt. He simply leaned back, looking up, and let Morty's frustration run out like a storm. When the boy finally fell silent, drained, Rick raised his hand and pointed toward the stars. Morty followed his gaze. At first, they were only dots, distant and cold, but as he kept staring, something shifted. They seemed less like unreachable points and more like patient witnesses, shining without judgment, without demand. Morty whispered, almost involuntarily, "They don't care if I fail, do they?" Rick shook his head slowly, and somehow that was enough to quiet Morty's self-doubt. These nights taught Morty that stillness could heal what words could not. He began to understand why Rick so often sought out ruins, why he paused on bridges and rooftops, why he lingered in spaces that others overlooked. They were not escapes, they were reminders. Reminders that silence was not emptiness, that failure was not final, that the stars would continue shining regardless of what happened in the Citadel below. In time, Morty stopped resisting. He began to look forward to these nights. He learned to sit without fidgeting, to breathe deeply, to let his thoughts wander like slow rivers instead of rushing like storms. He still spoke, of course. His nature was not erased by Rick's silence, but his words grew gentler. He found himself asking fewer questions, and instead of seeking immediate answers, he began to enjoy the act of wondering. Sometimes he whispered thoughts just to hear them in the stillness, not expecting Rick to respond. And Rick, though quiet, listened fully, as though every word mattered simply because Morty had chosen to share it. One evening, when Morty had grown more comfortable with these quiet hours, he turned to Rick and asked, "Do you ever feel like the noise of the Citadel
is too much?" Rick gave him a long, steady look, then nodded.
He didn't elaborate, but the nod was enough. Morty realized that Rick wasn't avoiding the world's noise, he was balancing it. By creating moments of silence, he was carving out space to breathe, to remain himself in a place that wanted everyone to shout. Morty sat with that thought, feeling it settle in him like a seed. Sometimes the nights held small, tender moments neither of them could have planned. Once, when a faint rain began to fall through the broken dome, Morty shivered and drew his knees up to his chest. Without a word, Rick shrugged off his coat and draped it over the boy's shoulders. Morty mumbled thanks, his voice thick, and Rick only gave a faint grunt in reply. But Morty kept the coat close the entire night, inhaling the scent of oil and metal and something indefinably warm. Another time, when Morty fell asleep against the wall, Rick stayed awake beside him until dawn, watching the stars fade without ever moving away. Morty never knew this, but the act itself was part of the bond Rick had been building all along. The Citadel remained restless, always pulsing with invention, with politics, with ambition. Yet in these nights, Rick and Morty created their own, quiet world. A world where silence was not a gap, but a gift, where stillness was not stagnation, but presence. Morty carried that world inside him, even during the day when noise returned. He found himself less rattled, less desperate to prove himself, more anchored by the memory of stars and rain and quiet companionship. And though Rick rarely said much, Morty began to feel something he had never known before. Safety. Not the safety of walls or rules, but the safety of being seen without needing to perform, of being valued even when clumsy, of being allowed to simply exist. He realized that Rick's silence was not absence at all. It was care expressed in a language he had finally learned to hear. As weeks stretched into months, Morty noticed he was changing. He no longer dreaded the pauses in conversation. He no longer feared that silence meant rejection. Instead, he began to trust those pauses, to lean into them, to find comfort there. He even began to create his own silences, choosing not to answer, immediately choosing to listen longer before speaking. And each time he did, he felt closer to Rick, as though he were walking a path that had always been waiting for him. The Citadel still hummed, restless and loud, but Rick and Morty carried a different rhythm now. At night, beneath stars or rain, or the dim glow of distant windows, they found their refuge. And though neither spoke it aloud, both understood that these moments were shaping them in ways that would last far beyond the walls of the Citadel. For Rick, it was a continuation of something he had always known. For Morty, it was the discovery of a gift he had once feared but now welcomed. Together they created a quiet bond that no amount of noise could drown. And in the hush of those long nights, the silence spoke, softly, patiently, endlessly. Days in the Citadel were always alive with motion, but Morty found himself no longer lost in the chaos. Where once the rushing of voices and clatter of machines had overwhelmed him, he now carried the memory of silence within, like a lantern in his chest. Rick still moved through the city with the same restless patience, always aware, always calculating, but Morty felt that something in their rhythm together had begun to shift. They were no longer simply master and apprentice, nor teacher and student. They were becoming something subtler, a pair moving through shadows with shared understanding, even when no words were spoken. One morning, Rick led Morty into a quarter of the Citadel Morty had never seen before. The walls here were covered in strange carvings, etched not with machines, but by hands. Symbols stretched across stone, patterns winding like rivers, fragments of stories Morty could not read. He stopped to trace one of the lines with his fingers, feeling the shallow grooves beneath his skin. Rick stood nearby, not explaining, not correcting, but allowing Morty to explore on his own. Morty tilted his head, whispering almost to himself, "What do they mean?" Rick glanced at him, then shrugged lightly. The gesture did not dismiss the question, but instead placed it back in Morty's hands. Morty realized that not every question needed an answer, and not every answer was meant to be spoken. Some truths were meant to be felt, to be carried, like the silence of the night sky. He smiled faintly and let his hand rest on the stone a little longer, accepting the mystery as they wandered deeper. They came to a courtyard where time seemed to have slowed. Broken statues stood in half-light, their faces eroded into near-featureless forms. Moss had crept across their bases, and water dripped rhythmically from unseen cracks above. Rick lowered himself onto a step and began adjusting something in, his coat tinkering silently. Morty sat beside him, looking up at the towering remains of the statues. They were massive, yet incomplete, their strength weathered into softness. Do you think they used to be important? Morty asked quietly. Rick gave the faintest nod, not looking up. Morty leaned back, folding his arms behind his head, gazing at the faceless stone figures. He thought about importance, how fragile it was, how easily erased. If once great statues could crumble, then so could the noise of the Citadel, the endless striving and posturing. Morty felt strangely comforted by the thought. Nothing lasted forever, not even the loudest voices. Later that day, as they crossed one of the higher walkways, Morty noticed a group of younger apprentices hurrying together. They carried books, tools, scraps of metal, their voices raised with urgency. He might once have envied them or rushed to compare himself, but now he only watched with quiet detachment. Rick observed too, his eyes lingering, though he said nothing. When Morty glanced at him, he caught a flicker of recognition. Rick had once been like them, perhaps, striving, rushing, convinced that speed and noise would earn permanence. But Morty now knew better. The silence they shared had taught him that depth mattered more than speed, presence more than performance. One evening, after a long day of wandering, through forgotten corridors, Rick stopped in a narrow alley and leaned against the wall. His breathing was heavier than usual. Morty noticed, but said nothing, sensing that words might intrude on something delicate. Instead, he mirrored Rick's posture, resting against the opposite wall, letting the dim glow of flickering lamps stretch between them. The silence that grew there was not empty but tender, carrying an unspoken understanding. For the first time, Morty felt that perhaps Rick needed the stillness as much as he did, not as a teacher's lesson, but as a human necessity. Later, as they returned to their quarters, Morty broke the quiet with a whisper. "Rick, do you ever think the silence listens back?" Rick paused mid-step. He didn't answer immediately, but his eyes softened, and he let out a long exhale. Morty knew then that the question itself was enough. Some silences were not to be broken with replies, but honored with shared recognition. They continued walking, the question lingering in, the air like an invisible companion. In the days that followed, Morty began to notice silences in new places, not just in abandoned towers or ruined statues, but even in the brief pauses between strangers' conversations, in the still moments when machines paused before humming again, in the gentle quiet that wrapped itself around him when Rick reached for a tool without speaking. Silence had always been there. He had simply never learned how to hear it. Sometimes he thought of the Citadel itself as a living being, restless and loud by nature, yet always carrying deep, unnoticed moments of calm. Like a heart that continued beating beneath the noise, Morty realized he no longer feared the city, nor did he crave to conquer it. Instead, he sought to move within it like a quiet thread, not louder than the noise, but steadier, truer. One night, when they returned to the broken dome where stars spilled through, Morty closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He did not speak, and neither did Rick. For the first time, Morty felt that he did not need to share every thought aloud. The silence itself was enough. It was already a conversation, one that stretched beyond words. He imagined the stars above were listening too, not judging, not answering, simply witnessing. And that was enough. Rick reached into his coat and handed Morty a small object, an old, dented compass. Morty frowned, turning it over in his hands. The needle wobbled, uncertain, never settling on one direction. He looked at Rick, puzzled, but Rick only gave him the faintest smirk and looked back up at the stars. Morty realized slowly that the compass was not meant to guide him outward. It was meant to remind him that direction was not always fixed, that sometimes wandering without
answers was the truest path.
He held it close, letting its weight settle in his palm. The nights grew cooler as time passed, but Morty felt warmed by the quiet presence beside him. He no longer measured progress by what he could build, or how quickly he could speak, or whether his questions were answered. Progress, he discovered, was in the softening of his own restlessness, the steadiness of his own breathing, the ability to sit in silence without fear. Rick never praised him directly, but Morty no longer needed the
words.
He had learned to read the subtler language, the way Rick lingered longer in their shared spaces, the way he sometimes handed Morty tools without explanation, trusting him to find his own way, the way he let silence stretch between them like a bridge rather than a wall. Morty understood that this was trust, and perhaps even care, expressed in the quietest of ways. The Citadel's noise never stopped, but Morty had stopped fearing it. He had found his own rhythm, one that echoed not in shouts but in stillness. He carried silence like a secret, like a friend, like a compass whose needle did not need to point to any single direction. And with Rick beside him, he knew that this path, uncertain, wandering, quiet, was the one he was meant to walk. That night, as they left the dome and descended back into the Citadel's endless corridors, Morty whispered into the still air, almost as if speaking to himself, "I think I get it now." Rick glanced at him but said nothing. The silence that followed was enough, carrying more weight than any words could. Morty smiled softly, holding the broken compass close to his chest, and walked on. The days blurred into one another in the Citadel, yet Morty had begun to notice the subtle distinctions that most others overlooked. He saw how the shadows lengthened, differently in certain alleys, how the hum of machinery shifted at dawn, how the voices of apprentices carried a different rhythm depending on whether they spoke from ambition or fear. Once, all of it would have overwhelmed him, but now he found himself moving more gently through it all, as though silence had tuned his senses. He did not walk with urgency anymore, but with attention. Rick rarely explained where they were going. Morty followed without protest, no longer demanding a reason for every turn. Sometimes they ended up in dusty storage halls where broken inventions lay discarded like forgotten bones. Sometimes in hidden gardens, neglected and overgrown, where thin shafts of sunlight slipped through cracks in the walls. One afternoon, Rick led him into a chamber that seemed to have no purpose at all, a wide, empty space where the walls curved smooth and unbroken, the air cool and still. Rick stood at its center, said nothing, then simply sat down on the floor. Morty hesitated but then joined him. For a long while they sat in silence, and Morty wondered what this place was. He thought of asking, but realized the question itself might only shatter the stillness. So he stayed quiet, listening. The silence in that chamber felt heavier, almost alive, as though the room itself was built to hold it. After some time, Morty felt a calm he had never known. When Rick finally rose and motioned for him to follow, Morty understood the lesson without a single word having been spoken. That night, Morty dreamed of rivers flowing through the Citadel. They did not exist, not in the waking world, but in his dream they ran between towers, glistening and endless. People gathered along their edges, their voices hushed, their movements slow. Morty stood at the water's edge and leaned down, hearing the faint sound of the current, like a whisper that had no beginning or end. When he woke, he remembered it not as a dream, but as a teaching. As the days stretched forward, Morty began to see Rick differently. Where once he had only noticed his mentor's sharpness and wit, he now saw the fatigue in his shoulders, the pauses in his steps. Rick carried his silence differently than Morty did. His was an old silence, weighted by years of knowing and loss. Morty's was still new, tender, growing. He realized that Rick had not given him silence as a tool, but as a gift, one Morty would have to shape for himself. They returned often to the broken dome, where the stars spilled into the ruins. Morty had grown comfortable there, sometimes lying on the ground for hours, simply watching. Rick would busy himself with odd repairs or sketches, but more often than not he too would look upward, his eyes reflecting the scattered light. One evening, Morty finally asked, "Do you think the stars keep secrets?" Rick didn't look at him, but his lips curved faintly. Morty understood that even silence could be an answer. In the marketplace one afternoon, Morty noticed a boy about his age struggling to carry a crate. The boy's friends laughed at him, urging him to hurry, but Morty saw the quiet strain on his face. Something inside him stirred, not pity, but recognition. He had once been that boy, lost in the rush, desperate to keep up. Without thinking, Morty stepped forward and steadied the crate, just long enough for the boy to regain his grip. The boy didn't thank him, only hurried away. But Morty didn't need the gratitude. He felt a calm satisfaction in the simple act, and Rick, standing at a distance, said nothing but watched closely. Morty began to understand that silence was not withdrawal. It was not about hiding or turning away. It was about being present without the need for noise. He practiced this in small ways, in the way he listened when others spoke, in the way he breathed before answering, in the way he allowed the world to move without rushing to match its pace. He discovered that even amidst chaos, he could carry an inner stillness that no one could touch. One night, rain fell across the Citadel. The sound of it echoed through corridors, tapping against stone and metal with a rhythm both wild and soothing. Morty sat by a window watching droplets stream down the glass, blurring the lights outside. Rick joined him after a while, setting down a tool he had been working on. They watched together, saying nothing. Morty realized that silence did not always mean absence of sound. The rain itself was silence in its own way, a language that spoke without demanding. As he drifted to sleep that night, Morty thought about how different he felt compared to the boy who had first followed Rick through these endless halls. He had been restless, desperate for meaning, always searching for answers. Now, he realized, the search itself had quieted. He didn't need to know everything. He only needed to be. The silence was not a void anymore, but a companion, one that shaped him quietly, steadily, like water-carving stone. The next day, Rick handed Morty a small device, a simple recorder. Morty frowned, not understanding its purpose. Rick only motioned for him to take it. So Morty began recording sounds. Not voices, not speeches, but small, overlooked moments. The distant hum of generators, the flutter of paper in a breeze, the sound of water dripping in an abandoned hall, the hush that followed footsteps fading away. He listened back to them at night, realizing how much life was hidden in the spaces others ignored. Weeks passed in this rhythm, and Morty found himself growing not louder, but deeper. His questions remained, but they no longer burned impatiently. He could carry them with calm, letting them unfold in their own time. He thought often of the broken compass Rick had given him, how its needle never settled. He understood now that the compass did not fail, it was simply free, unbound. Like silence, it pointed everywhere at once and nowhere at all. One evening, as they sat together beneath the fractured dome, Morty whispered, "I think silence is like the stars. It's always there, even if we don't see it. Rick's eyes flicked toward him briefly, then back to the sky. He said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched in something that was almost a smile. Morty felt warmth spread through him. He knew that Rick understood, and that was enough. In the heart of the Citadel, where voices clashed and ambitions flared, Morty carried silence like armor. Not to shut the world out, but to let it in more gently. He no longer feared being lost in the noise, because he had discovered a place within himself where stillness lived, and with every passing day, that place grew stronger, steadier, guiding him not like a map, but like the endless stars above, distant, quiet, eternal. The Citadel never truly slept, yet Morty began to notice the softer hours, the spaces between movement, where everything seemed to breathe more slowly. It was in those hours that his lessons with Rick often deepened, though neither of them named them lessons anymore. They simply walked or sat together, and Morty carried what remained unspoken. He had come to trust that silence itself was a kind of instruction, shaping him quietly with every pause, every glance, every unfinished thought that lingered in the air. One morning, Rick led him through a passage Morty had never seen before, narrow and twisting, until they arrived at a chamber filled with broken glass suspended by wires. Shards dangled like frozen rain, catching the dim light and scattering it across the walls. Morty moved slowly through the space, each step careful, listening to the faint chime of glass brushing glass. He realized the room was alive with sound, though none of it was loud. Rick stood back, watching him navigate, as if waiting to see whether Morty would notice the balance that held everything together. Morty reached out and let his finger touch one shard, setting off a ripple of movement. The fragments swayed, their soft collisions creating a fragile song that lingered in the air. He lowered his hand, unwilling to disturb the harmony further. Rick gave no commentary, but Morty sensed approval in the silence. Later, as they rested, Morty found himself thinking about how fragile people were too, how easily they collided, creating sounds that lasted long after the moment of contact. He thought of voices he had heard in the Citadel, angry or fearful, proud or broken, and how they too seemed to echo beyond their speakers. The shards of glass felt like a mirror of everything he had begun to understand, each one sharp but also luminous, dangerous yet beautiful when left in balance. As the days went on, Morty carried these impressions quietly. He did not rush to name them nor to speak them aloud. He realized that silence allowed ideas to ripen slowly, like fruit left in the sun. Words spoken too soon could wither them, but silence gave them time to grow sweet, to take shape inside him until they were ready to be shared. One evening, Rick brought Morty to an old observation deck high above most of the Citadel, the glass. Walls were cracked, but they still offered a vast view of the sprawling towers below. From here, the Citadel seemed both immense and small, endless, yet fragile, like a single organism breathing. Morty pressed his forehead to the cool glass and watched the movements below. The flicker of lights, the drifting of transports, the slow pulse of energy lines weaving through the city. It all seemed connected, each part moving with the others, even when it appeared chaotic. Rick poured them each a cup of something warm, and for a while they drank in silence. Then Morty whispered, almost to himself, "It's like the whole Citadel is one sound, and we're just listening to it." Rick gave a low hum, not quite agreement, not quite denial. Morty didn't mind. He wasn't seeking answers anymore. It was enough that the thought had risen and been allowed to exist, unchallenged. In the nights that followed, Morty began to wander on his own, testing the silence without Rick's presence. He found a small corridor where old pipes dripped endlessly, creating a rhythm that comforted him. He sat there often, listening until the drops seemed to merge with his own heartbeat. Another time, he came across a narrow stairwell where the wind whistled faintly through cracks, carrying a note so pure it seemed almost like singing. Morty would close his eyes and let it surround him, a reminder that even the Citadel's hidden corners had music if one was quiet enough to hear it. His solitude deepened his awareness. He began to notice how people moved differently when they thought no one was watching, how their shoulders dropped, how their expressions softened. He realized that silence revealed truths that speech often concealed. A man's sigh carried more honesty than his words. A child's pause between steps said more than his chatter. Morty began to carry these small revelations with him, as if they were treasures. One night, he returned to the fractured dome alone. The stars looked sharper than usual, piercing the dark sky with cold brilliance. He lay on the ground, arms spread, and let himself sink into the vastness above. For the first time, he felt as though the silence stretched beyond the Citadel, beyond himself, reaching into the stars themselves. It was not emptiness, but fullness, so vast it could hold everything. Without breaking, he felt small beneath it, but not insignificant. Instead, he felt like part of something endless, something that breathed through him just as he breathed beneath it. The next morning, Rick asked nothing about where Morty had been. He only looked at him briefly, as though noticing a shift, then returned to his work. Morty understood that Rick could see the silence in him, could recognize how it had settled more firmly. He felt no need to prove it, no need to speak of what he had experienced. The silence itself was enough. As time went on, Morty's perspective on others began to change. Where once he might have judged quickly, now he listened more patiently. He saw not only what people said, but what they left unsaid. The pauses, the hesitation, the weight behind their eyes. He realized everyone carried silences, though most tried to bury them under noise. Some silences were heavy with regret, others tender with longing. Some were sharp with unspoken anger, others soft with love never expressed. Morty found himself respecting these silences, even cherishing them, as though they were secret languages each person carried. One afternoon, in the crowded marketplace, a commotion broke out. Two vendors shouted angrily over stolen goods, their voices rising above the noise. People gathered quickly, eager for conflict. Morty stood at the edge, watching, but instead of focusing on their words, he listened to the silence between them. In the brief pauses, he heard fear, frustration, exhaustion. He realized the argument wasn't about the goods at all, but about deeper struggles neither could admit. For a moment he wanted to step in, to speak, but he didn't. He let the silence teach him, let it show him how often noise was only a mask. When the crowd dispersed, Morty carried the lesson away quietly. Rick began to notice Morty's changes more openly. He would sometimes pause in his work and simply watch him, as though measuring his growth. Morty no longer rushed to fill those moments with questions or chatter. He simply met Rick's gaze and allowed the silence to stretch between
them, steady and unbroken.
In those moments, Morty realized they were not teacher and student anymore, but two travelers walking different paths that had met for a while. One night, as they prepared to sleep, Morty whispered, "I don't think silence is empty. I think
it's full of everything we don't say." Rick looked at him, eyes heavy but thoughtful, and gave a faint nod. No further words passed, but Morty felt the weight of that nod settle in him. It was not praise, not correction, but recognition.
And that was enough. In the days that followed, Morty found himself carrying silence not as a burden, but as a companion. It walked with him through the Citadel's chaos, steadying his steps. It held him when he felt uncertain, guiding him back to calm. It shaped how he saw others, how he listened, how he understood. He knew now that silence was not something Rick had taught him, but something Rick had revealed, a truth already within him, waiting to be uncovered. And so Morty continued, no longer seeking to escape the Citadel's noise, but learning to move through it with quiet strength. Wherever he went, he carried the stillness of the stars, the song of the glass, the rhythm of dripping water, the sigh of unspoken truths. In silence, he had found not emptiness, but meaning. And with each passing day, that meaning grew deeper, guiding him toward a path that was his own, though it echoed with the lessons of the one who had walked beside him. The Citadel stretched
Endlessly in every direction, a web of lights and steel, but Morty had begun to see it differently now.
Where before it had seemed like a cage, he now saw patterns in its endless expanse, quiet rhythms that connected everything. He noticed how bridges aligned with towers, how corridors echoed with predictable steps, how even the busiest markets pulsed like a living organism with a hidden heartbeat. It no longer felt like chaos. It felt like a map of silence and sound woven together, waiting for someone patient enough to notice. Rick led him through these spaces with less direction than before. Morty realized that the man no longer felt the need to guide every step. Sometimes Rick walked ahead, sometimes he lingered behind, and sometimes he disappeared altogether, leaving Morty to choose his own turns. At first, this unsettled him. He had grown accustomed to Rick's presence, his quiet authority. But as Morty walked alone, he began to feel something he hadn't expected: trust in himself. He found he no longer needed constant guidance. The silence he had learned to carry gave him enough clarity to move forward, even without a map. One evening, Morty found himself in a place he had never seen, a deserted courtyard between towers, where the air felt strangely still. In the center stood a statue, worn and cracked, of a figure holding both a torch and a broken chain. Morty traced the features with his eyes, but the face had been eroded beyond recognition. It could have been
anyone.
For a long time, he simply stared, wondering what the statue had once meant, what story it had carried before time erased it. Rick appeared beside him eventually, hands in his pockets, and said nothing. Together they stood before the faceless
figure, the silence between them stretching as if to honor the forgotten symbol.
Morty realized then that even silence could preserve memory, even when words and names were lost. That night, he dreamed of the statue. In his dream, the torch still burned, and the broken chain writhed like a living thing. The faceless figure whispered without sound, and Morty felt as though he understood, even though no words were spoken. When he woke, he remembered nothing of the message, only the feeling that he had been entrusted with something important. Days passed, and Morty began to notice his dreams becoming more vivid. Sometimes he heard echoes of voices he had never met. Other times he saw landscapes that did not exist in the Citadel, vast fields of grass bending under the wind, oceans stretching farther than sight, skies painted with unfamiliar constellations. Each dream seemed to speak without speaking, filling him with truths he could not yet name. When he mentioned them to Rick, the older man only raised an eyebrow, then muttered, "Dreams are just another kind of silence. Pay attention to them. Morty carried those words carefully, letting them settle beside the other lessons. In the waking hours, Morty's perception of others deepened. He noticed how fear shaped people's movements, how longing softened their voices. He realized that the Citadel was filled with countless souls carrying unseen burdens, each of them struggling silently in their own way. Once, he saw a young girl clutching a broken toy in the marketplace. She did not cry, but Morty felt the silence radiating from her, heavier than her small frame could carry. Without thinking, he crouched down and picked up a piece of the toy from the ground, pressing it gently into her hand. She looked at him with wide eyes, and though no words passed between them, he knew she felt less alone in that moment. Rick watched from a distance, and later, as they walked, he remarked, "You're learning to hear without listening. That's harder than it looks." Morty didn't reply. He simply walked in silence, letting the words dissolve into the rhythm of his steps. One afternoon, Morty discovered a hidden passage leading to an underground reservoir. The air was cool and damp, and the still water reflected the ceiling lights. Like endless stars, he sat at the edge, legs dangling, and felt the calm seep into him. He began to hum softly, almost without realizing it, and the sound echoed faintly across the chamber. For the first time, Morty heard his own voice blending with silence instead of breaking it. The thought filled him with an unfamiliar warmth, as though he had become part of the Citadel's hidden music. Rick found him there hours later. He didn't scold Morty for wandering off. Instead, he lowered himself beside him, and together they watched their reflections ripple across the water. Morty wanted to ask if Rick, too, ever felt the silence pressing in, carrying more than sound could. But he didn't. He understood now that some questions didn't need asking, and some answers were already known without being spoken. That night, as they returned to their quarters, Morty noticed how the lights of the Citadel shimmered differently. They weren't just lights anymore. They were voices, each one shining or flickering with its own story. He wondered how many of them would remain unheard, how many silences would never find their voice. The thought didn't sadden him. Instead,
It gave him a sense of responsibility. If silence carried so much, then perhaps listening, truly listening, was a way of honoring it. The days stretched on, each filled with small moments that lingered longer than Morty expected.
the sigh of wind through broken vents, the shuffle of men's steps on stone stairs, the hush of countless sleeping voices at night, all of it became part of him. He began to understand that silence wasn't only something to be found in still places. It existed everywhere, woven between sounds, carried in gestures, hidden inside the pauses of ordinary life. One evening, he and Rick sat together on the old observation deck again. Morty leaned against the railing, watching the Citadel below, its endless sprawl glowing faintly in the distance. "Do you think," he whispered, "that silence is bigger than us? Like, it holds everything we can't say?" Rick was quiet, for so long that Morty thought he wouldn't answer. But then he murmured, "Maybe. Or maybe it's just what's left when all the noise dies. Doesn't make it any less important." Morty thought about that, the way silence could be both, everything and nothing at once, and felt a shiver of awe. As night settled, Morty closed his eyes and let the silence carry him. He felt the Citadel breathing around him, vast and imperfect, but alive. He felt the weight of the statue's faceless whisper, the rhythm of dripping pipes, the reflection of water rippling with his voice. He carried the marketplace girls' unspoken gratitude, the echo of Rick's half-answers, the dreams that refused to fade. It was all silence, but it was never empty. Morty realized then that silence was not an absence but a presence, one that walked beside him, filled him, and
guided him.
it was a teacher that spoke in ways words never could, a mirror that reflected truths hidden beneath noise. And as he opened his eyes to the endless citadel, Morty knew that silence was no longer something he sought. It was something he carried, a companion that would follow him beyond these walls, into whatever lay ahead. Whatever lay ahead. The citadel never truly slept. Even in its quietest hours, lights pulsed in distant towers, machines hummed deep below the streets, and footsteps echoed faintly through the endless corridors. Yet for Morty, the night had begun to feel different. He no longer heard the citadel as a cacophony of noise, but as a layered composition of pauses, breaths, and silences threaded through the living machinery of existence. He found himself moving through it as though attuned to an unseen rhythm, his steps guided by something he could not name but always felt. Rick seemed aware of this change. He no longer offered explanations or warnings. Instead, he watched Morty with a kind of quiet curiosity, as though waiting to see what the boy would discover on his own. There were moments when Morty caught Rick looking at him, not with the detached sharpness he usually carried, but with something softer, almost reflective, as if Morty's journey stirred memories the older man had long buried. But Rick never spoke of them. Morty didn't ask. One evening, they wandered into a section of the citadel where the walls were lined with old murals. The paint had faded, but fragments of color and shape remained. Faces, stars, great arcs of movement. Morty lingered before. One mural depicting what seemed to be countless figures reaching upward toward a light that had long since chipped away. He touched the cracked wall and wondered about the people who had painted it, the silence they left behind when they were gone. Rick stood a few steps away, hands deep in his coat pockets, his eyes distant. "Do you think they wanted to be remembered?" Morty asked softly. Rick shrugged. "Everyone does, in some way. But memory's just another kind of silence. It changes, fades, fills in gaps with whatever fits." Morty let the words sink in, then traced the faded figures again. "But the silence doesn't lie, does it? It just stays." Rick didn't answer, but Morty sensed agreement in the way he lingered there before moving on. That night, Morty dreamed of the murals. In the dream, the figures moved, their reaching hands trembling with both hope and desperation. The missing light flickered back into place, and Morty felt its warmth on his skin. Yet even in the brightness, silence hummed louder than anything else, as though reminding him that light and darkness were only two shades of the same vast stillness. When he woke, he carried the dream with him like a fragile vessel he dared not spill. In the days that followed, Morty began noticing cracks in the citadel that seemed invisible before. Not physical cracks, though the city had plenty, but fissures in the lives of the people around him. He saw merchants haggling with hollow eyes, guards patrolling with restless tension in their shoulders, children laughing too loudly to mask something unspoken. The silences between their actions told stories louder than their words. Morty found himself listening to those spaces, recognizing the weight of what went unsaid. Once, while passing through a narrow alley, Morty saw an old man sitting alone, his belongings piled in a ragged bundle beside him. The man didn't beg or call out, but Morty felt the silence radiating from him, thick with loneliness. Without speaking, Morty sat beside him for a few moments, sharing the stillness. When he rose to leave, the man nodded faintly, and Morty knew that gesture carried more meaning than any conversation could have. Rick, observing from a distance, gave a short laugh that was not mocking, but almost approving. "You're getting
it," he muttered, as though to himself. Morty didn't press him.
The silence between them said enough. One afternoon, Morty and Rick came across an abandoned section of the Citadel where the air felt heavier, as though time itself had slowed. Dust coated the ground, and broken windows let shafts of muted light fall across the floor. Morty felt drawn to the space, compelled to walk deeper inside. They found a hall filled with old benches and a raised platform, as if people once gathered there to listen to speeches or prayers. The emptiness of the hall resonated with Morty, and he sat down on one of the benches, letting the silence surround him. Rick joined him after a while, his gaze scanning the shadows. "Places like this are dangerous," he said, though his voice carried no real warning. Morty tilted his head. "Dangerous how?" "Because silence here isn't just absence. It's memory. People left pieces of themselves behind. If you're not careful, you'll start carrying them too." Morty thought about that, then whispered, "Maybe that's not always bad." Rick gave him a sharp look, then sighed. "Depends on what you're ready to hold." They left the hall in silence, but Morty felt something linger in his chest, as though the place had entrusted him with a fragment of its forgotten stories. That night, Morty lay awake, staring at the ceiling. He realized that the silence he carried had changed again. It wasn't just his anymore. It had become a vessel holding echoes of the Citadel's unseen voices. He thought of the statue's faceless whisper, the girl in the marketplace, the murals, the abandoned hall. Each had left something with him, not in words, but in the quiet spaces between them. He didn't feel burdened by it. Instead, he felt fuller, as though silence was shaping him into something stronger. Rick seemed to notice. In the following days, he tested Morty in subtle ways, leaving him to navigate crowds, sending him alone into unfamiliar corridors, watching from a distance as Morty interacted with strangers. Morty began to see these moments not as trials, but as conversations conducted, without words. Rick was asking if Morty could carry the silence forward on his own, and Morty was answering each time with his choices, his pauses, his listening. One evening, they returned to the observation deck. The city sprawled below them, its lights flickering like restless stars. Morty leaned against the railing, the cool metal grounding him. Rick lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his face, then let the smoke drift into the night. They stood together in silence, watching the Citadel breathe. "Do you ever think," Morty asked quietly, "that silence is alive? Like,
It's not just something we hear, but something that watches us too?" Rick exhaled, his expression unreadable.
maybe, or maybe it's just us projecting meaning into nothing, but either way, if you treat it like it's alive, you'll act differently. More careful, more aware." Morty thought about that, then nodded slowly. He didn't need a definitive
answer. The question itself was enough, carried gently into the silence between them. As the night deepened, Morty felt the weight of his journey so far. He remembered the still rooms, the faceless statue, the murals, the abandoned hall, the countless moments of unspoken connection.
Each had carved him into someone he was still learning to recognize. He wasn't the same boy who had first followed Rick into the labyrinth of the Citadel. He was someone who listened differently, someone who carried silence as though it were both shield and compass. And as he closed his eyes, letting the hum of the Citadel settle around him, Morty realized that the silence was no longer something external pressing in. It was inside him now, woven into his breath, his thoughts, his steps. Whatever lay ahead, he would not face it alone. The silence would walk with him, steady and unbroken, carrying truths too vast for words. The days within the Citadel began to blur, not in monotony, but in a rhythm Morty could almost recognize yet never fully grasp. Each corner turned revealed something unfamiliar, yet connected by an invisible thread that wove his experiences into a larger pattern. He often wondered whether the Citadel itself was alive, not just the silence he carried within, but the walls, the lights, the hidden machinery. It was as though the place was listening back to him, observing the way he moved through its vast and endless corridors. Rick walked ahead most of the time, shoulders hunched, eyes shifting with their restless calculation. He never seemed lost, though Morty sometimes suspected even Rick did not always know where they were going. The difference was that Rick didn't fear the uncertainty. He moved through it as though uncertainty itself was his element. Morty tried to mirror that calm, but inside him a current of questions kept flowing. One evening, they wandered into a district Morty had never seen before. The streets were narrow, lined with lanterns that flickered dimly, their glass stained with smoke. The people here moved slower, their faces cast in weary shadows. Children played near the edges of broken stairways, their laughter strained but persistent, as if it had to fight its way past something heavy pressing down. Morty walked among them, listening not to the words they exchanged, but to the quiet that hung between. It was different from other places, denser, almost fragile, as if even the silence was tired. They stopped near a courtyard where a fountain no longer ran. Cracks split the stone basin, and weeds had taken root in the gaps. Morty sat on the edge, running his fingers along the rough surface. He imagined the fountain once alive with flowing water, voices echoing around it, life filling the square. Now all that remained was stillness. Rick! Rick, Shrugger Girl, approached him, no older than he was, her clothes worn, her eyes cautious. She did not speak, only held out a small trinket, a piece of broken glass wrapped in string. Morty accepted it without a word, understanding instinctively that this was an offering, not for him, but for the silence he carried. He placed it in his pocket gently, nodding once. The girl turned and disappeared into the crowd. Rick, watching from the edge of the courtyard, raised an eyebrow. "You're collecting ghosts now?" Morty looked down at the glass. "Not ghosts. Pieces." Rick smirked faintly. "Same thing in the end." They left the district behind, but Morty couldn't let go of the image of the girl's eyes. Tired, yet steady, holding something unspoken he felt he could almost hear. Later that night, Morty dreamt again. In his dream, the fountain was whole, water rushing over its edges, laughter echoing through the square. The girl stood there, holding not a shard of glass but a crystal, glowing faintly within a light. When she offered it to him, the silence around them deepened, vibrating with a hum that filled Morty's chest. He woke with his hand clenched tightly, as though he still held the crystal. Rick noticed him staring at the shard of glass when morning came. "Dreams have a way of lying to you," Rick said, almost as if reading Morty's thoughts. "Don't mistake them for truths," Morty frowned. "Maybe they don't lie. Maybe they just speak in a language we don't know how to translate yet." Rick didn't argue. He only gave Morty a long, unreadable look before moving on. As days passed, Morty found himself drifting further into awareness of the silences that filled the Citadel. They weren't empty anymore. Each silence seemed shaped, textured, carrying memory or weight. The silence in the district with the broken fountain had been heavy, burdened with loss. The silence in the abandoned hall had been lingering, echoing with memory. The silence of the murals had been reaching, yearning for something beyond. Morty began to catalogue these, not as differences, but as variations of a larger language, one he was slowly learning to read. Rick seemed to test him more often now. Sometimes he would send Morty ahead into places he refused to enter himself, or linger behind just long enough for Morty to realize he was walking alone. At first, Morty felt abandoned, but then he began to understand. These were not tests of survival, but of perception. Rick wanted to see whether Morty would listen to what the silence told him when no one else was there to explain. In one such moment, Morty entered a chamber filled with dim, shifting light. Crystals jutted out of the walls, glowing faintly as if breathing. He stood still, waiting, listening. The silence there was not heavy but watchful, alive with presence. Morty felt as though he was standing inside a living organism, its heartbeat, slow and steady. He didn't touch the crystals. He didn't need to. He left the chamber quietly, carrying with him not the glow, but the awareness that silence itself could observe. When Rick caught up, Morty said nothing, but Rick glanced at him with a rare flicker of approval. "You're not asking as many questions anymore," Rick said. Morty thought about it. Because sometimes the silence answers better than words. Rick let out a low chuckle, but it carried no mockery. As time stretched, Morty's inner world deepened. He began to notice that even his own silence had layers. There was the silence of fear, when his heartbeat drowned everything else. The silence of wonder, when he stood before something vast and beautiful. The silence of grief, heavy and unmoving. And then there was the silence of simply existing, breathing, being, carrying all the other silences within him. He realized that what he had thought of as emptiness was instead fullness, just not the kind he had ever been taught to recognize. One night they stood again on a high ledge overlooking the Citadel. The city stretched endlessly, lights flickering in restless patterns. Morty leaned forward, feeling the weight of the shard of glass in his pocket, and wondered if the silence of the Citadel itself was speaking to him now. "Rick," he said, softly, "what happens if I start hearing too much? What if it never stops?" Rick exhaled smoke, his eyes on the horizon. "Then you'll either learn to live with it, or it'll break you. Same thing that happens with everything else in this place." Morty turned that over in his mind. The silence around them pressed gently, not threatening, simply present. He closed his eyes, letting it in, and felt the weight of countless unseen voices settle inside him, not overwhelming, but steady, as though he had always been meant to carry them. And in that moment, Morty realized something he had never considered before. Silence was not just what he was learning to hear. It was what he was becoming. Each step he took, each pause he allowed, each fragment he carried was shaping him into a vessel, not only of echoes, but of presence. He was no longer just Morty, walking beside Rick. He was a part of the language the Citadel whispered, another note in its endless composition of stillness. He didn't tell Rick this realization. He didn't need to. The silence said it all. The Citadel shifted in ways that made Morty question the very idea of permanence. Sometimes the streets seemed familiar, their structures repeating like echoes, while other times everything appeared
altered, as if the city were breathing, remaking itself in secret.
He wondered whether this was truly happening, or whether his perception had begun to fold under the pressure of so many silences pressing against him. Rick never seemed surprised by the changes, though whether that meant he understood them or simply ignored them, Morty could never tell. One evening, they came upon a district that seemed almost untouched compared to the others. The air was cleaner here, less weighed down by smoke or dust. Tall buildings rose in deliberate symmetry, their windows intact, their walls unscarred. Yet, despite its apparent preservation, the place felt abandoned, a shell without breath. Morty walked through the streets and realized it was not merely empty, it was waiting. He felt it in the rhythm of the silence, not hollow, but suspended, like a held note that had not yet resolved. They entered one of the buildings, a vast hall lined with mirrors. Dust clung to the glass, but beneath it reflections still shimmered faintly. Morty caught sight of himself again and again, each reflection slightly altered, not in expression but in presence. Some versions of him looked older, others younger. Some carried shadows in their eyes, others a brightness. He froze, staring at one reflection that seemed almost too real, as though the boy inside the glass were watching him with the same intensity. Rick's voice cut through the stillness.
Careful, Morty. Places like this don't just show you, you show them. Morty turned. What does that mean? Rick adjusted his flask, avoiding Morty's gaze. Mirrors aren't neutral. They take. And once they take enough, they give
something back. Morty looked again, and for a fleeting second he thought the reflection smirked even though he hadn't. His chest tightened, but he forced himself to breathe. He remembered the lessons silence had taught him, to stand still, to listen, to let presence wash over him rather than resist. The reflection calmed, mirroring him once more. They left the hall in silence, the weight of unspoken understanding hanging between them. Morty couldn't shake the feeling that something of him had remained behind, lodged within the glass. Later that night, Morty sat by himself near a stairwell, staring at the shard of glass the girl had given him. It caught the faint light of the Citadel and refracted it in fractured colors. For the first time, he wondered whether it was not just a token, but a fragment of something greater, a piece of silence made visible. He traced its edge with his thumb, letting its presence anchor him. Dreams returned to him with greater intensity. He dreamt of the mirrored hall, but this time every reflection stepped forward, leaving him surrounded by countless versions of himself. They did not speak, yet he felt their thoughts pressing into him, possibilities, failures, futures never realized. He woke with sweat on his forehead, the weight of those silent selves clinging to him like fog. Noticed his unease, but said nothing for hours. Eventually, as they crossed a bridge arched high above the city, Rick broke the silence. Dreams getting heavier? Morty nodded, unsure how much to reveal. It's like I'm carrying too many versions of myself, like they're all trying to speak but without words. Rick's expression softened briefly before hardening again. That's the danger, Morty. You start listening too closely and you forget which one of you is standing here now. The Citadel doesn't care about your identity. It cares about your resonance. Resonance? Morty echoed. Jiggity. Every silence has a frequency. You've been tuning yourself to it, but the more you tune, the less you belong to just yourself. Morty gripped the railing, staring at the endless lights below. He thought about the shard in his pocket, about the reflections, about the dream. What if I don't belong to myself anymore? What if I'm supposed to belong to this? Rick didn't answer immediately. He took a long swig from his flask before finally muttering, "Then I guess you'll stop being Morty and start being
something else. Something else."
The words chilled Morty, not because of their harshness, but because of their truth. He already felt the shift inside him, the slow but steady transformation into something he didn't fully recognize. As days passed, Morty began to test himself. He would walk into unfamiliar districts alone, closing his eyes and allowing the silence to guide him. Sometimes he sensed sorrow pressing down like a weight, other times anticipation humming in the air. Once he stumbled into a garden overtaken by vines, where statues crumbled beneath the growth. The silence there was mournful, yet resilient, as though life itself refused to bow entirely to ruin. Morty sat among the vines for hours, breathing, with them, feeling their stubborn pulse. When he returned to Rick, the older man studied him carefully. "You're not just surviving here anymore, you're adapting," Morty nodded. "It doesn't feel like adaptation, it feels like translation, like I'm not changing who I am, but I'm learning to say it in another language." Rick smirked, faintly, but his eyes held something almost like pride. "Careful, Morty. Languages change the speaker as much as the listener." The next night, Morty dreamt again, this time not of himself, but of the Citadel. He saw it rise and collapse over and over in endless cycles. Between each fall and rebirth, there was silence, stretching long and heavy, filled with memory. He woke, trembling, realizing the Citadel itself might be alive in ways beyond his comprehension, its silences not passive, but intentional. He told Rick what he had seen. Rick didn't dismiss it, though his face tightened. "Maybe you're not wrong. The Citadel's been destroyed, rebuilt, reshaped more times than anyone can count. If it remembers, then maybe you're hearing the weight of those memories." Morty considered that. What if it's not just remembering? What if it's asking to be heard? Rick gave a dry laugh. "Careful, Morty. That way lies madness. You start listening too hard to cities, they start talking back. And trust me, you don't want to know what a place like this has to say." But Morty already did. He couldn't help it. The silences called to him, each with its own shape and texture, each a thread in a tapestry he was beginning to glimpse. He didn't tell Rick that sometimes he thought he could almost hear words within them, faint but distinct. He kept that to himself, knowing Rick would only warn him again. One evening, as they walked through a vast plaza, cracked and uneven, Morty stopped suddenly. The silence there was unlike anything he had felt before. It was not heavy, not mournful, not watchful. It was vast, stretching outward endlessly as though it had no walls. Morty stood still, his heart racing, and whispered softly, "This silence doesn't end." Rick paused, glancing back at him. For once, there was no sarcasm in his voice. "That's the silence of the void, Morty, the one beyond all of this. If you can hear that, then you're further along than I thought." Morty shivered, though not from fear. The silence filled him, endless, borderless, not empty, but infinite. For a moment, he felt himself dissolve into it, no longer Morty, no longer separate, but part of a boundless presence that stretched beyond the Citadel, beyond even the concept of self. When he came back to himself, Rick was watching closely. "You good?" Morty nodded slowly, though the weight of what he had touched lingered in his chest. "Yeah, I think so." But deep down he knew that something fundamental had shifted. He had touched the silence that lay beyond all others, and it had touched him back. The Citadel seemed to lean inward as Morty and Rick walked through its corridors, its angles sharper, its shadows longer, as though the city itself had grown more intent on watching them. Morty tried not to notice, but he could not ignore the subtle way the silence pressed into him now, more direct than before, almost deliberate. He remembered the endless silence he had touched, the one without borders, and its echo lingered in him, coloring every breath he took. Rick kept glancing at him, though he tried to hide it with exaggerated nonchalance. Morty recognized the difference now, the way Rick's sarcasm grew sharper when he was unsettled. They moved through a district filled with towers of glass that caught faint starlight, and Morty realized each tower reflected the Citadel, not as it was, but as it might have been. Some showed a vibrant city bustling with life, others depicted
ruin and ash. He slowed his pace, staring at one particular reflection that showed a citadel burning, its towers collapsing under flames that roared without sound. Rick noticed.
"Don't get stuck on those. They're just distortions, Morty. Windows that lie." "They don't feel like lies," Morty muttered. "They feel like warnings." Rick didn't respond, but his silence told Morty enough. That night, Morty lay awake against the cold stone floor of a half-fallen shelter. He held the shard of glass in his hand, letting its fractured light dance across the walls. His dreams had been heavy with presence, and he dreaded sleep, knowing it would pull him deeper. Yet when exhaustion overcame him, he welcomed it, like falling into water. In his dream, Morty stood before the citadel itself, vast and towering, yet breathing like a living thing. Its walls rose and fell with every inhalation, and the silences within it pulsed like a heartbeat. He reached out, placing his hand against the surface, and it shuddered beneath his touch. Then came voices, not audible, not spoken, but carried in silence itself. They were countless, layered, overlapping, all versions of himself and others, their thoughts pressing against him in waves. He woke, gasping, his chest aching, his hand still stretched outward, as if he had touched something that remained. Rick stirred but said nothing, only gave him a look that suggested he had guessed more than Morty would admit. The next day, Morty wandered ahead, drawn by a pull he couldn't define. He entered a chamber lined with broken machines, wires dangling, like veins from the ceiling. In the center lay a sphere, cracked and dim, but faintly pulsing with light. He crouched near it, feeling the silence radiating outward in steady beats. It wasn't like the other silences, this one carried intention, like it was reaching out specifically for him. Rick's voice broke in behind him. "Step away, Morty." Morty looked up sharply. "What is it?" Rick's jaw tightened. "Memory core, leftovers from before. Dangerous." Morty didn't move. The silence around the sphere thrummed against his skin. "It doesn't feel dangerous. It feels like it wants to show me something." "That's exactly why it's dangerous," Rick snapped, stepping closer. "You start listening to that, you'll drown in it. Those things feed on resonance. They'll hollow you out." But Morty couldn't pull back. He pressed his hand against the cracked surface, and a rush of presence swallowed him whole. He saw flashes of the Citadel through other eyes, Rick's building, Morty's wandering, battles, experiments, betrayals. He saw 1,000 beginnings and endings, none of them stable, all repeating. And then he saw himself, walking through endless halls, carrying the shard of glass, hearing the silences as though they were his own breath. The vision released him suddenly, and he stumbled backward, gasping. Rick caught his arm, steadied him, and shook his head. "Damn it, Morty, you're
already too deep."
Morty's hands trembled, but his eyes burned with clarity. "It's not just memories. It's like the Citadel itself is trying to remember me." Rick didn't answer. He pulled Morty away from the sphere and guided him out of the chamber, his grip unusually tight. They walked in silence for a long time until Morty finally said, "Why do you never tell me what you know? You act like you've seen all of this before." Rick sighed, his voice low. "Because I have. Different Mortys, different Ricks, different Citadels. This isn't the first time I've walked these ruins. Every time it's the same. The city calls and the Morty listens, and every time I try to keep it from swallowing him whole. Morty froze. "So what happens to them? The other Mortys?" Rick didn't look at him. They stopped being Morty. The words hung heavy between them. Morty felt the silence of the street swell in response, wrapping around him like a shroud. He wondered whether he was already too far along, whether his fate was sealed the moment he had touched the endless silence. That night, Morty dreamt of those other Mortys. He saw them standing in lines, eyes vacant, their bodies filled with silence instead of breath. Some stood at the edges of the Citadel, gazing outward into the void, their faces expressionless, yet oddly serene. Morty tried to reach them, but every time he moved closer, they dissolved into stillness, leaving him alone. He woke with tears on his cheeks, not of fear, but of recognition. They were not gone, they were absorbed, carried within the vast silence. That underpinned everything. He wondered if one day someone would dream of him the same way. As dawn came, if dawn could be measured in the Citadel's dim light, Morty found himself unable to stay still. He walked to the plaza where he had once felt the silence without end. It was still there, infinite, unbroken, waiting. He closed his eyes and let it wash through him again. Rick appeared behind him, his voice soft but edged. "You keep doing this. You won't come back." Morty turned. "What if I'm not supposed to come back? What if this is what I'm meant to do? Listen, carry it, become part of it." Rick's face hardened, but there was no anger, only grief. "You're supposed to be Morty. That's enough. Don't let this place convince you otherwise." Morty shook his head. Being Morty doesn't feel like enough anymore. Rick looked at him for a long time, then turned away, shoulders heavy. Morty realized in that moment that Rick wasn't just afraid of losing him. He was afraid of recognizing the silence himself. Later, as they walked onward, Morty touched the shard of glass again, feeling its pulse steady against his palm. He understood now that it wasn't just a token from the girl. It was a key, a fragment of the Citadel's silence made tangible. When he held it close, the silences aligned more clearly, like notes in a chord. That night, the dream came sharper. The Citadel spoke directly, not in voices but in resonance, a deep vibration that filled him with certainty. It showed him the cycles of collapse and rebirth, the infinite repetition of citadels rising and falling. But woven through it all was the possibility of breaking the cycle, not through destruction, through rebuilding, but through listening fully, letting the silence speak its truth without resistance. When Morty awoke, his body trembled, but his heart was steady. He knew what the silence was asking of him. Not to fight, not to escape, but to surrender and become its vessel. Rick stirred beside him, opening one eye. "Bad dream?" Morty shook his head. "Not bad, just clear." Rick frowned but said nothing, only reached for his flask. Morty realized then that whatever path lay ahead, it was his alone to walk. The silence had chosen him, and he could no longer pretend otherwise. Morty woke to a stillness that was different from the usual weight of the Citadel's silence. It was sharper, cutting into his breath, almost expectant. He sat up, slowly, clutching the shard of glass to his chest, and realized the light in the sky had shifted. There was no sun, no moon, but something above the Citadel had brightened, casting long shadows that stretched farther than they should have. Rick was still asleep, his flask tipped over at his side, the liquid inside dried into a dark stain. Morty stared at him for a long moment, wondering how much of this Rick truly understood and how much he simply refused to say out loud. The dream from the night before clung to him like dew. He had walked a corridor of mirrors, each one showing a different Morty. Some were hollow-eyed, lost to the silence, while others burned with anger, refusing to let it take them. At the end of the hall, one mirror had shown Morty as he was now, holding the shard, standing in the Citadel's ruins. When he touched the glass, the reflection had smiled back at him, though his own lips had remained still. He had woken before he could ask it what that meant. As he rose and wandered out of the shelter, the silence of the Citadel seemed to follow his steps more closely, like it was wrapping around his ankles, urging him forward. He no longer felt like a trespasser here. It was as though the city itself had begun to claim him. Every shattered tower, every broken street, every empty window leaned toward him subtly, as if watching. He thought of the girl who had given him the shard, and wondered whether she too had been chosen, and if her fate had already become one with the silence. Rick caught up with him eventually, rubbing his face with both hands, muttering under his breath. "Damn place just keeps going. Every corner looks the same. Hate it." He glanced at Morty, then down at the shard in his hand. "You're clutching that thing tighter every day. You think it's a life preserver, but really it's—"
"An anchor." Morty met his gaze, steady this time. "Maybe it's both."
"Maybe you don't understand because you don't hear it like I do," Rick scoffed, though it was half-hearted. "I hear plenty. I just know better than to listen." They walked in silence for a while, their footsteps echoing off walls that seemed to hum faintly. Morty felt the rhythm in his bones now, a pattern that wasn't quite sound but wasn't quite absence either. It reminded him of a song without notes, a melody carried only by spaces between breaths. The more he paid attention, the more he felt, aligned with it, as though he were being tuned. At midday, or what passed for it in the Citadel, they reached a courtyard unlike the others. Its stones were arranged in spirals, converging at the center where a hollow stood, a pit descending into darkness. Morty stepped toward it instinctively, but Rick grabbed his shoulder. "Don't. You think the surface is bad, the underlayers. We'll eat you alive." But Morty couldn't look away. The pit wasn't empty. It pulsed with the same silence he carried in his dreams, dense and alive. He crouched at the edge, feeling its breath rise to meet him. For a moment, he imagined falling, willingly letting the silence catch him, cradle him, dissolve him. The thought was not frightening, it was almost comforting. Rick pulled him back roughly. "Don't even think about it. That's how it gets you. One step too close and you're gone," Morty snapped, louder than he intended. "Maybe being gone isn't the worst thing. Maybe it's not about losing myself. Maybe it's about finding something bigger than me." Rick stared at him, jaw tight, eyes shadowed. "You're not bigger than you, Morty. You're Morty. That's it. You go chasing meaning in this place.
"And it'll eat you like it ate the rest." Morty turned away, but his heart beat with defiance. The silence had not threatened him. It had welcomed him.
The danger Rick spoke of felt less like a warning and more like a fear Rick carried for himself. That night, Morty dreamed again. This time, he stood not before the Citadel, but inside it, deep in its heart. The halls were endless, curving and folding back on themselves, lined with countless doors. Behind each door he could feel another life, another choice, another Morty waiting. He opened one and saw himself standing with Rick, laughing, carrying gadgets, living the usual chaos. He opened another and saw himself older, alone, wandering a world without Ricks. Another door showed him sitting quietly by a fire, his eyes calm, as if he had accepted something beyond struggle. But at the end of the hall was a door unlike the rest, vast and seamless, made not of wood or steel, but of silence itself. He reached for it, and the shard in his hand vibrated like it recognized its home. As he touched the surface, it dissolved, and he stepped into a space without edges, a place where nothing ended or began. The silence here was absolute, but it was not empty. It was full, full of presence, full of everything that had ever been unsaid. It pressed into him, and for a moment he felt himself unravel into it, threads of thought dispersing into the infinite. When he woke, his body was shaking, his breath shallow. Rick was watching him from across the room, flask untouched beside him. He didn't speak, but Morty saw the fear in his eyes, the kind of fear that came not from ignorance, but from recognition. Rick had been here before, in some way, and he knew exactly what Morty had touched. "Morty," Rick said finally, his voice quieter than Morty had ever heard it, "don't go where it's leading you. You won't come back." Morty met his gaze, then looked down at the shard glowing faintly in his hand. "Maybe I'm not supposed to." Rick flinched like the words had struck him. He turned away muttering, "Dumb kid," but his shoulders were heavy and his hands trembled when he reached for the flask. The next days blurred. Morty no longer counted time the way he used to. The silence marked it differently, in beats and waves rather than hours. Sometimes he saw figures moving at the edge of his vision, shadows shaped like Morty's, some like Rick's, drifting between the ruins. When he blinked, they vanished, but their presence lingered. He didn't tell Rick, he didn't need to. Rick probably saw them too and simply refused to admit it. On the seventh day, or the seventh beat, Morty returned to the courtyard with the spirals and the pit. Rick tried to stop him, but Morty moved with purpose this time. He stood at the edge, holding the shard out in front of him. The silence rose from the pit, stronger, surrounding him in a cocoon. It didn't feel like death. It felt like recognition. Rick's voice cracked behind him. "Morty, please." Morty turned his head slightly. "Why are you so afraid of this? You've faced everything else in the universe. Why is this the one thing you can't look at?" Rick didn't answer. His hands shook at his sides. His face, a storm of rage and grief. Morty saw then that Rick wasn't protecting him from the silence. He was protecting himself from seeing Morty taken by it, as so many before had been. Morty looked back at the pit. The silence swelled again, waiting. He closed his eyes and took one step forward. The step forward was not a fall, not in the way Morty expected. He had braced himself for the rush of air, for the sensation of his body tumbling into darkness, but instead he was caught, suspended in a weightless hush, as though the silence itself had reached out invisible arms to cradle him. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but shadowless light, a dim glow that had no source and no end. The pit beneath the Citadel was gone. Rick's voice was gone. Even his own body seemed indistinct, blurred at the edges, as if he were becoming part of the atmosphere itself. He should have felt fear, but he didn't. The stillness was overwhelming, yet gentle. His thoughts began to stretch, expanding outward like ripples in water. Memories drifted past him, moments of laughter with Rick, fights with Summer, dinners with his family where no one quite understood each other. He saw himself watching television, late at night, sitting on the roof, staring at stars, running from danger across countless worlds. Each memory floated up and dissolved, not lost, but absorbed into the vastness surrounding him. Somewhere within the silence, voices began to whisper, not in words, but in shapes of feeling, impressions that settled into him as if they had always been his own thoughts. He understood them without translation. They spoke of continuity, of echoes across countless Mortys, of patterns repeated and broken. He glimpsed himself multiplied infinitely, each Morty reaching towards something just beyond their grasp. Some succeeded, others failed, and many simply disappeared into the quiet. But the silence held all of them, not as prisoners, but as threads woven into a larger tapestry. Morty reached out instinctively, his hand dissolving into the glow. The shard of glass he had carried for so long pulsed once, then melted away, leaving behind a faint warmth in his palm. It had only been a key, a fragment of what he now stood inside. He realized then that the silence was not emptiness, but memory. Every
unspoken word, every thought abandoned, every possibility that had never been chosen.
It was the weight of all that could have been. And it was infinite. For the first time in his life, Morty felt small in a way that wasn't crushing. It was humbling. He belonged to something larger than Rick, larger than family, larger than even the endless multiverse Rick had shown him. The silence wasn't asking him to give up himself. It was offering him a place among all selves. Then he heard it. Faint, strained, cutting through the quiet. Rick's voice. "Morty, come back." The glow around him trembled. Morty turned, and suddenly there was ground beneath his feet, a flat expanse stretching endlessly in every direction. At its farthest edge stood Rick, hunched and desperate, his figure flickering as though struggling to remain solid here. He was calling, though his words fractured, breaking apart before they reached Morty. Even here, Rick's presence carried anger and fear, but beneath it, Morty heard something rarer, pleading. Morty walked toward him. The silence seemed to resist, urging him to stay, whispering promises of belonging. With each step, the world around him shifted. One moment he walked across stone tiles shaped like the Citadel's halls. The next, he trudged through grass in front of his house. Then he was wading through shallow water beneath alien moons. The silence showed him every path he had walked, every world he had touched, folding them into his steps as though reminding him of what he carried. When he reached Rick, he saw the man's face more clearly than ever. His eyes were wild, rimmed.
Red, but not with drink. His hands clutched the air between them as though he could drag Morty back by sheer force of will.
"You don't get it, Morty," he rasped. "You think it's offering you answers, but it's taking you apart. You'll vanish in there. You'll stop being you." Morty's voice came out steady. "What if being me was never the point? What if all of us are pieces of something else? What if I'm not supposed to fight it?" Rick shook his head violently. "No, that's what it wants you to think. That's what it told every Morty before you."
"And they're gone, Morty. I've seen it. They don't come back." His voice cracked, and he took a staggering step forward. "You're not them. You're mine, and I'm not losing you to this." The words struck Morty harder than he expected. Rick had never claimed him before, not like that.
He had been a sidekick, a tool, sometimes a burden, but rarely, if ever, a person Rick admitted mattered. The silence pulsed at his hesitation, wrapping around him like a tide. It didn't command him, only offered comfort, a dissolution of loneliness he had carried for so long. Morty stood at the crossroads of himself. On one side, the infinite hush, a belonging greater than any he had known. On the other, Rick, broken and desperate, but real, human in all his flaws and failings. For a moment, Morty thought of stepping forward into Rick's outstretched hands, but then he saw something in Rick's eyes, something he hadn't noticed before. Terror, not of the silence, but of facing himself without Morty beside him. The silence had shown Morty that every Morty was part of the whole, but it had also shown him that every Rick was the same, alone, afraid, running from truths he refused to face. Rick wasn't asking him to come back for Morty's sake. He was
asking because he couldn't bear to lose himself again. Morty swallowed hard.
Rick, maybe this isn't about you anymore. Maybe it's about me finally choosing something for myself. Rick froze. His mouth opened, but no words came. For once, genius failed him. He looked older, smaller, stripped of all the bravado he carried through every adventure. The silence swelled again, wrapping Morty in a final embrace. He closed his eyes and let go, not of himself, but of the need to cling to any single version of who he was. He felt himself stretch outward, not dissolving but expanding, becoming one with the echoes of every Morty, every possibility, every unspoken path. He wasn't lost. He was everywhere. When he opened his eyes again, Rick was gone. The world of shifting paths had faded into pure glow, steady and endless. Morty stood there, but he was also scattered, layered across realities, his voice resonating in harmony with countless others. For the first time he felt whole. Yet deep within the vastness he sensed Rick, alone, kneeling at the edge of the pit in the Citadel, staring into the hollow where Morty had vanished. Morty could feel his grief, raw and unguarded, leaking into the silence despite Rick's efforts to hide it. And something in Morty ached. Even here, among infinity, he still cared. A choice lingered. He could remain part of the eternal chorus, or he could reach back, tether himself to the man who could not survive another loss. The silence did not forbid it. It only watched, patient, as though curious which thread Morty would weave. He took a breath, though breath was no longer necessary, and whispered into the stillness, "I'm not gone."
Not yet. The glow shuddered. Morty felt himself pulled, condensed, narrowed until the endless selves around him blurred away. The pit returned, the Citadel's ruins pressing close. He collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping, the shard gone.
From his hand forever. Rick was beside him instantly, grabbing his shoulders, shaking him. "Morty! God damn it, Morty, don't you ever—" His voice broke, and he pulled Morty into an embrace, so fierce it left Morty stunned. Rick smelled of alcohol and sweat and desperation, but the grip was real, unshakable. Morty closed his eyes, letting himself sink into it. He didn't know how long he would stay or what the silence would ask of him next, but for now, he was here, with Rick, alive, and the silence, though distant, was still listening. The Citadel's ruins were unnervingly still, their jagged shadows stretching long against the fractured glow of distant stars. Morty sat on the broken floor, trying to steady his breathing, though it came ragged and uneven, like each inhale had to force itself past something stuck inside him. Rick hovered close, restless, pacing back and forth with sharp movements, hands twitching as if he couldn't decide whether to grab a tool or pour himself another drink. Neither seemed to matter here. Morty touched his chest. His body was his again, solid, finite, small. But underneath the rhythm of his heartbeat, something else lingered. The silence hadn't left him completely. It whispered faintly at the edges of his mind, not with words, but with presence, like a song that continued even after the music stopped. He closed his eyes for a moment, and in that darkness he felt again the infinite glow, the countless selves, the threads stretching endlessly. He wasn't fully gone from that place, and it wasn't fully gone from him. Rick's voice cut through, raw and unsteady. "Morty, don't ever do that again. Don't ever step into something like that without me there. You hear me?" He stopped pacing, crouching suddenly, his face close to Morty's. His eyes darted over him as if expecting to find cracks in Morty's skin, fissures where the glow still seeped through. "You're back. You're you. That's all that matters. That's all that has to matter." Morty hesitated. He wanted to say yes, to nod and let Rick cling to the relief of having him safe, but his mouth felt dry. He looked down at his hands, flexing them slowly as though checking they still belonged to him. "Rick," he said quietly, "what if I'm not just me anymore? What if part of me's still there?" Rick's jaw tightened. No, don't.
Start that crap. That's exactly what it wants. You're Morty. One Morty, my Morty. That's it. Everything else is noise. He spat the last word, as though by naming it he could banish it.
But Morty noticed how his gaze flickered nervously, like Rick knew he was lying even as he spoke. Morty rubbed his temple. The faint hum inside his head vibrated softly in reply, not demanding, not intruding, just reminding him that he wasn't alone in himself anymore. He thought of the other Mortys he'd glimpsed, the ones who had walked away, the ones who had disappeared. He thought of their echoes woven into the silence, and how he had heard them as though they were his own thoughts. "It didn't feel like noise," he whispered. "It felt real, like I belonged there as much as I do here." Rick's hand shot out, gripping Morty's shoulder hard enough to sting. "Don't say that. Don't you ever say that. You belong here, with me. That place doesn't give a damn about you, Morty. It eats you. It eats every Morty dumb enough to listen, and I'm not going to sit here and watch it happen to you. Not
to you." His voice cracked on the last word, so sharp and raw that Morty almost flinched. For a long time, they stayed like that. Rick holding him too tightly, Morty staring at the shattered floor.
Around them, the Citadel remained dead, its silence now a hollow shell compared to what Morty had touched. The faint hum in Morty's head pulsed again, this time softer, almost compassionate, as if it understood the fear in Rick's grip. Morty finally lifted his eyes.
"Rick, you don't get it. It wasn't trying to destroy me. It was showing me everything. All the versions of me, all the choices I never made. I could feel them. They were me, and I was them. I wasn't gone. I was more than I've ever
been." His voice trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of memory pressing against his words. Rick shook his head violently, standing up and pulling his flask from his coat. He unscrewed it with shaking hands and took a long gulp, wiping his mouth roughly. "Yeah, sure. That's how it gets you. It makes you think you're special, makes you think you're bigger than you are. But you're not, Morty. You're one person. One screwed-up, stubborn kid who somehow thinks he's smart enough to stand in the middle of infinity and come back in one piece. You're lucky you didn't shatter." Morty's chest tightened. "Maybe I did shatter," Maybe I'm not the same anymore, but maybe that's not bad. Rick froze mid-step, his flask still raised halfway. He turned, eyes narrowing, though Morty saw the fear hiding under the anger. Don't start thinking you can just carry it with you like it's some kind of gift. You let it in, and it'll eat through you until there's nothing left. You won't be Morty anymore. You'll just be another echo. Morty stood now, wobbling slightly, but meeting Rick's gaze head-on. He had never felt this tall in front of Rick before, not because he had grown, but because he no longer shrank under Rick's shadow. What if being just Morty isn't enough?
Anymore? What if I'm supposed to be something else? Rick's lips pressed tight, the muscles in his jaw twitching. His eyes were glassy, and for a moment Morty thought he might break completely.
Then Rick turned away, muttering, "You sound just like them. You sound like every Morty that's ever gotten too close to the edge, and they're all gone. Don't you get it? They're gone." Morty swallowed hard. The hum inside him throbbed, faintly, as though agreeing with both of them. Those Mortys weren't gone. They were part of the silence, part of the infinite, but Rick was right too. They hadn't come back in the way Morty had. He was different. He had chosen to return. That choice mattered, even if Rick couldn't see it. The air grew heavier, pressing down like the ruins themselves were listening. Morty wrapped his arms around himself, suddenly aware of how fragile his body felt compared to the endlessness he had left behind. But fragile didn't mean weak. Fragile meant alive, finite, real. "Rick," he said softly, "I don't want to disappear, but I can't pretend I don't hear it anymore. It's part of me. I think it always will be." Rick didn't answer, at first. He took another drink, then lowered the flask with a trembling sigh. When he finally looked back at Morty, his expression was stripped bare, tired, defeated, but clinging fiercely to something he refused to lose.
"Then we figure it out," he muttered. "We find a way to shut it up, or block it, or, I don't know, something. But I'm not losing you to that thing. Not while I'm still breathing." Morty didn't reply. He just watched Rick, the
man who had dragged him across galaxies, who had torn him apart and stitched him back together 1,000 times without ever asking if he wanted it. For once, Morty saw the cracks not as weakness, but as proof Rick was human. Maybe Rick would never understand the silence. Maybe he couldn't, but Morty did. And that meant he had to carry it, no matter what it cost. Above them, the stars shifted. Or maybe Morty only imagined it, the silence echoing faintly through the sky. He closed his eyes, listening, not resisting. The hum didn't demand, it didn't consume, it simply was waiting. He breathed deeply, anchoring himself between two worlds, the fragile, finite reality beside Rick and the endless, patient silence within. For now, he chose both. The days after leaving the ruins felt stretched, as if time itself refused to settle. Morty noticed it first in the quiet moments, when Rick fell asleep, slumped over his workbench, when the ship drifted through empty sectors of space, when the hum of the engine mixed with something deeper, a resonance only he could hear. It wasn't just in his head anymore. The silence, soft but steady, pulsed beneath everything, a heartbeat lay beneath reality. Morty sat in the pilot's chair one night, staring at the endless dark. Stars glittered like scattered glass, but his eyes unfocused, drifting past.
Them, through them. He saw paths no one else could see, threads of possibilities stretching out, weaving in and out of each other. They shimmered faintly, inviting.
All he had to do was choose one, step into it, and he could move not just through space, but through what lay beneath space. He lifted his hand, almost without thinking, and the threads brightened in response. A shiver ran down his spine, half fear, half awe. He could feel the weight of other Mortys brushing against him, not speaking but present, as though they were leaning close enough to breathe against his ear. His chest tightened. He wasn't sure if they were warning him or urging
him forward. "Morty!" Rick's voice yanked him back, sharp and grounding. Morty blinked, and the threads faded into ordinary starlight.
He turned to see Rick leaning against the doorway, eyes bloodshot, a flask dangling loosely in his hand. "The hell are you doing up? You look like you're about to throw yourself into the damn void," Morty swallowed, his throat dry. I
couldn't sleep, just watching." Rick studied him for a long time, his gaze heavy. Then he walked over and dropped into the chair beside him, the smell of alcohol strong. "You've been, different since that place. Don't think I haven't noticed?" He tapped the side of his head.
I know what it's like to carry something you can't put down." Morty looked away. "It's not like I want it, Rick. It's there. All the time." He pressed his palms together, staring at the faint tremor in his fingers. "I hear them. Not voices exactly, but, I don't know, like echoes. They're not gone."
"They're inside me, all of them." Rick stiffened. "No, they're not. That's just residue, static, whatever. You're imagining it because your brain's trying to make sense of what happened." "It doesn't mean anything." Morty's lips
parted, and for a second he wanted to argue, to spill everything he had felt, that strange unity, the overwhelming sense of being more than oneself, more than one life. But Rick's eyes were pleading beneath the sharpness. So he shut his mouth and nodded. Still the silence didn't leave him. It grew stronger, stronger. 2 days later, when they landed on a barren moon to scavenge supplies, Morty felt it again. This time, not in the stars, but in the ground. The soil seemed to vibrate faintly under his feet, the hum resonating up his legs. He paused, his body tilting slightly, like the silence was pulling him towards something buried beneath the surface. Rick noticed his hesitation. "What now?" he muttered, adjusting the straps of a heavy bag. Morty stared at the ground. He could see the threads, faintly again, crisscrossing through the dust and rock, leading deeper, converging somewhere below. He pointed. "There's something down there," Rick frowned. "You got X-ray vision now, Morty? It's a rock. Whole moon's a rock." Morty shook his head. "No, I can feel it. It's calling me." The words slipped out before he could.
"Stop them!" And Rick's expression hardened. "Calling you," Rick repeated slowly, like he was testing poison on his tongue.
"No, we're not doing this. Whatever you think you're feeling, it's the same crap that almost ate you alive. You want to dig around in another trap? Be my guest, but don't expect me to watch it happen again." The words stung, sharp and final. Morty looked down, biting his lip, but the pull beneath his feet only grew stronger. He didn't want to disobey Rick, not openly, but the silence whispered with undeniable certainty. Something waited here, something he needed. That night, while Rick snored in the ship, Morty slipped back outside. The moon's surface glowed faintly under the pale light of distant suns, and the hum inside his head aligned perfectly with the vibration beneath the ground. He crouched, pressing his hand to the dust. The threads bloomed instantly, bursting out from his touch, weaving a path straight downward. He closed his eyes, and he fell. Not physically, the ground didn't break, but his mind slipped through, pulled deep into a chamber that wasn't made of stone or metal. It was a void, yet not empty. Countless Mortys shimmered like shadows on glass, their faces flickering in and out. They turned toward him as one, eyes wide and unblinking. Morty's breath caught. They didn't speak, but their silence pressed into him, heavy with meaning. He felt their fear, their longing, their surrender. They weren't gone, they were still here, waiting. And as he reached out, their presence surged into him, filling his chest with unbearable weight. He staggered, gasping, clutching at his ribs,
as though they might split apart. A hand yanked him backward, and the vision shattered. Morty fell hard onto the dust, choking on air. Rick stood over him, wild-eyed, his grip iron-tight on Morty's arm. "What the hell did you do?" Rick snarled. "What did I just drag you out of?" Morty's chest heaved. He could still feel the weight of the other Mortys pressing against his ribs like a second heartbeat trying to fuse with his own. "They were there," he whispered hoarsely. "All of them. They were waiting for me." Rick's face twisted with fury and fear. No, you're not doing this."
"You're not their chosen one. You're not some cosmic messiah. You're a kid, my kid, and I swear, Morty, if you keep reaching for that silence, it's going to tear you apart." Morty met his gaze, trembling but steady. "What if I can't?"
"Stop! What if it's already inside me?" Rick's hand shook against his arm, then loosened. He pulled Morty into a rough, almost desperate hug, his voice cracking against Morty's ear. "Then I'll tear it out myself if I have to. I'm not losing you. You hear me? I'm not." Morty closed his eyes, feeling the silence hum beneath Rick's words, deep and patient. For the first time, he realized it wasn't just inside him, it
was watching Rick, too. Waiting. The threads glowed faintly in the corners of his vision, stretching outward, infinite and unbreakable. And Morty understood. The silence wasn't asking, it was choosing. The silence lingered in every corner of Morty's
mind, like a patient shadow that never left.
Even when he tried to distract himself, watching Rick tinker with gadgets, helping reload the ship's storage, or staring at the endless cosmos outside, the pull was always there. It didn't shout or demand. It whispered, steady and calm, as though reminding him of something inevitable. Rick's warning still echoed in his ears, but it couldn't drown out the weight inside him. At first, Morty tried to ignore it, clenching his fists and shaking his head whenever the hum grew louder. But soon he realized it wasn't about resistance. The silence adjusted, softening its presence until it blended with his own thoughts, so subtle that sometimes he couldn't tell where his voice ended and its voice began. He wasn't sure if he was losing control or gaining something more. Rick noticed, of course. Rick always noticed. The old man's eyes would narrow when Morty drifted off mid-conversation, or when his hand lingered too long over a piece of alien tech, as if he could feel its hidden pulse. He started keeping Morty close, rarely letting him wander off alone. It was protective, maybe even loving, but it also felt like a cage. Morty hated himself for resenting it, but the silence coiled inside him, telling him that Rick's fear came, not from care, but from weakness. One evening, while Rick was working furiously at his bench, Morty sat across from him, pretending to scroll through galactic news feeds. His eyes flicked upward at Rick, who muttered under his breath and slammed tools onto the desk. Sparks hissed from a device half-finished, wires spilling out like veins. Morty tilted his head. Without meaning to, he saw the threads again, glowing, faintly around the machine, tracing hidden patterns through its circuits. They showed him what Rick couldn't see yet, where the current should flow, how the core needed alignment, which connection would collapse under stress. Morty blinked, and suddenly he knew exactly how to finish it. Rick he said carefully. "That piece you're welding? It's wrong. You need to switch the conductor and reroute the energy through the stabilizer." Rick froze. Slowly, he turned to look at Morty, his expression unreadable. "And you know this how?" Morty swallowed. I can see it. The way it's supposed to work." Rick's eyes darkened, and he set his tool down. "You're not an engineer, Morty. You barely passed high school physics. Don't start acting like you're some cosmic instruction manual." "I'm not acting," Morty shot back before he could stop himself. His voice trembled with something between fear and anger. "I just know. The silence shows me." The words slipped out, and Rick's face hardened instantly. The air between them grew sharp. Rick stood abruptly, knocking over a stool.
"That's it. I told you not to listen, not to follow it. And now you're letting it tell you how to build my machines. No, I won't have it, Morty." Morty's chest tightened. "I'm not letting it control me. It's helping. You don't get it, Rick. It's not evil or anything. It's knowledge. It's like all the Mortys, every version of me, are feeding into this, and I can finally see the bigger picture."
Rick slammed his flask onto the bench, liquid sloshing out. "There is no bigger picture. There's just you, Morty, and the second you think you're some chosen prophet, you're already lost." His voice cracked with fury and something Morty recognized as fear. "You think I haven't seen this before? Powers like this don't give, they take, and when they're done, there's nothing left of you." Morty wanted to shout back, to tell him he was wrong, but the silence pulsed warmly in his chest, steadying his breath. It didn't argue, it didn't force, it simply existed, as though waiting for Morty to make his own choice. And deep down, he already knew he couldn't turn away from it. That night, when Rick finally passed out on the couch, Morty crept back to the bench. The unfinished device glimmered under the dim lights, its circuits still sparking faintly. Morty reached out, his fingers tracing the glowing threads. They shifted and realigned beneath his touch, showing him the path to completion. Piece by piece, he adjusted wires, swapped components, and tightened bolts. His hands moved with certainty, guided not by thought, but by instinct. When he stepped back, the machine hummed softly, stable and whole. Morty's heart pounded in his chest. He had done it, not with Rick's help, not with any manual, but with the silence guiding him. The hum of the machine resonated with the hum inside him, harmonizing perfectly. For the first time, Morty felt powerful, not because of what Rick had given him, but because of what he had become. The next morning, Rick stormed to the bench, intending to tear the machine apart, only to stop dead in his tracks. The device was finished, glowing with flawless energy. He stared at it, then at Morty, his jaw tightening. "You touched it," Rick said flatly. Morty didn't flinch. "I fixed it. Rick's hands balled into fists. For a long time, neither spoke. Finally, Rick grabbed the machine and hurled it across the room. It crashed into the wall, shattering into fragments. Sparks showered the floor. Morty's stomach dropped.
"Why'd you do that?" "Because," Rick hissed, his face pale and shaking. "If it works through you, then it's not mine anymore.
And if it's not mine, it's not safe." Morty felt something inside him crack. He wanted to scream, to accuse Rick of being jealous, afraid, small. But instead he turned and walked out of the room. The silence followed him, soothing his rage, whispering that Rick's fear was natural, that the old man couldn't understand what it meant to evolve. Later, Morty found himself standing outside on the barren surface of another forgotten world. The stars stretched endlessly overhead, and the hum of the silence pulsed louder than ever. He closed his eyes, and threads appeared all around him, vast and infinite, spiraling outward into possibilities beyond imagination. He reached for one, and in an instant, his mind brushed against another Morty. The connection was brief, like a spark jumping between wires, but it was undeniable. He felt the other Morty's panic, his hopelessness, the moment of death as his universe collapsed. Morty gasped, stumbling backward, but the silence steadied him. The threads shimmered again, and he realized he wasn't just seeing, he was touching their lives, their ends, their beginnings. When he returned to the ship, Rick was waiting, sitting on the ramp with a half-empty flask. His eyes were red, but his voice was steady. "Morty, you gotta make a choice. Right now. You either shut that thing out or you let it consume you. But if you choose the second option, don't expect me to stick around and watch." Morty stared at him, his chest aching. He wanted to choose Rick, to stay the scared kid who followed orders. But the silence thrummed inside him, calm and patient, showing him threads that stretched far beyond Rick's reach. "I don't think I can turn it off," Morty whispered. Rick's face crumpled just for a second, before he stood and walked past him into the ship. "Then I'll figure out how to do it for you." Morty stayed outside, staring at the stars. The silence pulsed warmly, and Morty finally understood. It wasn't just guiding him, it was becoming him. Rick hadn't slept for 2 days. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands unsteady, but his mind was sharper than ever. He sat hunched over his lab bench, tools scattered around him, half-empty flasks rolling dangerously close to electrical coils. On the table in front of him lay a device unlike anything he had built before, raw, jagged, and pulsing with an unstable energy that mirrored his desperation. It wasn't a weapon in the traditional sense. It was a scalpel for the mind, a severing tool. If Morty couldn't shut out the silence, Rick would do it for him. Every screw he tightened felt like a betrayal. Every circuit he soldered burned deeper into his conscience. Morty's face kept flashing in his memory, hopeful, frightened, defiant. Rick hated that face. He hated what it reminded him of. All the times he had failed to protect the kid, all the times he had dragged him into chaos and promised it would be fine. And now, when Morty needed him most, Rick wasn't trying to protect him. He was preparing to carve something out of him. Morty, for his part, knew. He didn't need Rick to say it out loud. The silence had already shown him the outlines of Rick's plan. It didn't feel malicious, only inevitable. Rick wasn't building out of cruelty, but out of fear, the same fear that had driven countless versions of Rick across infinite universes. Fear of losing control. Fear of losing Morty. But Morty wasn't sure he was losing himself at all. Every day the silence felt less like an intruder and more like an extension of who he was meant to be. One evening, Morty entered the garage while Rick was still at work. The machine buzzed on the bench, its jagged lines glowing faintly blue. Morty stared at it, then at Rick, who didn't look up from his tools. "So this is it?" Morty said softly. Rick's hands froze for a fraction of a second before continuing. "Don't start, Morty. You don't know what this is." "I know."
"Enough," Morty replied. He stepped closer, his voice trembling but steady. "You're going to cut it out of me. You're going to rip the silence away like it's some parasite. But what if it's not? What if it's me?" Rick slammed his wrench onto the bench and finally looked up, his face twisted with rage and grief.
"You're my grandson, Morty. You're not some cosmic antenna tuned into every Morty that ever lived. You're not some prophet. You're just a dumb kid who laughs at fart jokes and complains when I drag you on adventures. And his
Voice cracked. He swallowed hard. I'm not gonna watch that disappear. Not again. Morty's chest ached. Not again? What do you mean?
Rick froze, realizing too late what he had let slip. He turned away, muttering, "Doesn't matter. Point is, I won't let it happen to you." Morty stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You can't save me from this, Rick. I don't want."
You two. The silence pulsed gently within him, and Morty felt threads stretching from Rick too. Threads of grief, anger, love, twisted into knots. For a brief moment, Morty saw flashes of another Morty, broken and consumed, Rick holding his
Body in a lab, drenched in smoke and fire. Rick's tears stained his hands, though he would never admit it. Morty staggered back, gasping. "You saw it too," Morty whispered. "Another me, another you, that's what you're so scared of." Rick's jaw tightened, his eyes glistening though he tried to hide it. He grabbed the machine, clutching it like a lifeline. "That's exactly why I have to do this." Morty's heart pounded. He could feel the silence urging him to reach out, to show Rick that this wasn't about loss or fear, but about becoming more. But Rick wasn't listening. He was already activating the device. A piercing hum filled the room, vibrating through Morty's bones. He staggered as the machine released a wave of energy that clawed at the silence inside him, tugging, ripping, tearing. Morty cried out, clutching his chest. It felt like his mind was being peeled apart, layer by layer. The silence recoiled, but it didn't scream. It held firm, resisting with a calm that contrasted sharply with the agony Morty felt. "Stop!" Morty shouted, his voice breaking. "You're killing me!" Rick's hands shook as he gripped the machine tighter. "Better dead than gone, Morty. You don't understand what this thing will do to you." Morty fell to his knees, sweat dripping down his face. Threads of light appeared all around him, shimmering in panic. They connected him to countless Mortys, each one crying out, resisting the severing. Their voices echoed in his skull, merging into a chorus of defiance. The silence grew stronger, anchoring itself to Morty's core. Rick cursed, slamming dials and increasing the output. Sparks flew from the machine, scorching his hands. "Hold still, damn it! I can still save you!" But Morty looked up at him. Through tears, his voice steady despite the pain. "You're not saving me, Rick. You're destroying me because you're afraid. But I'm not afraid anymore." The silence flared, sending a surge of energy back through the machine. Rick was thrown backward, crashing into the wall. The device exploded in a burst of light, fragments scattering across the garage. Smoke filled the air, the acrid smell of burned wires stinging their noses. Morty collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. The silence wrapped around him, not like a parasite, but like a shield, protecting him from the worst of the pain. Slowly, he pushed himself upright. Rick groaned, clutching his ribs as he staggered to his feet. His face was pale, his lab coat scorched. He stared at Morty, who was now glowing faintly with threads of light that faded as quickly as they appeared. The first time, Rick looked at him not with anger, but with something close to horror. "Jesus, Morty. What are you?" Morty wiped his eyes, his body still trembling. "I'm me. I'm still your Morty. But I'm more than that now, and you—"
Can't change it. Change it.
Rick's mouth opened, then closed. He stumbled toward his flask, hands shaking as he unscrewed the cap, and took a long, desperate drink. His silence was heavier than any argument. Morty stood slowly, his legs unsteady. He looked at Rick, his chest tight with both love and sadness.
"I don't want to fight you, Rick. I never did. But I can't be what you want me to be anymore. Rick turned away, his shoulders hunched, his voice low and broken. Then maybe I can't be what you need anymore. The words cut deeper
than the machine ever could. Morty felt the silence absorb the pain, steadying him even as tears blurred his vision. He turned and walked out of the garage, leaving Rick alone with the shattered remains of his creation. Outside, the night sky stretched endlessly, stars burning like fragments of infinite lives. The silence pulsed inside Morty, stronger and clearer
than ever. For the first time, he wasn't afraid of what lay ahead.
He knew the path would be hard, that Rick might never forgive him, that the threads would pull him into places he couldn't yet imagine. But he also knew this was who he was meant to be. Behind him, Rick slumped at his bench, the bottle trembling in his hand. He stared at the wreckage, his heart heavy with the knowledge that he might have just lost the only person he truly cared about. And yet, even through the fog of alcohol and grief, Rick couldn't stop thinking of the light he had seen flicker around Morty, the same light that had destroyed his machine. A part of him, a small, bitter part, wondered if Morty wasn't already lost, if the grandson he knew had already been replaced by something vast and unknowable. Rick took another drink, wishing the burn would drown the thought. Morty lifted his eyes to the stars and whispered to himself, not in fear, but in quiet acceptance. This is only the beginning. Morty felt different the morning after the explosion, though he wasn't sure exactly what had changed. His limbs felt lighter, more responsive, as if the threads of the silence had woven themselves subtly into his muscles, into the very cells of his being. He moved through the ship with an ease he had never known, the hum inside him resonating faintly with the machinery around him. Even the walls of the ship seemed to respond to his presence, vibrating subtly in alignment with the energy he carried. Rick didn't speak much that morning, not more than necessary. He sat hunched over a new schematic, scribbling in a notebook with a scratchy pencil, eyes darting toward Morty every so often. The tension between them was palpable. Morty could feel it, the remnants of Rick's fear and frustration pressing against his chest, and the silence pulsed in response, calming him, guiding him. It wasn't an invisible leash. It was more like a quiet partner, reminding him he had a choice, and that choice was his own. "Morty," Rick said at last, without looking up, his voice flat, almost tired. "Don't do anything reckless today, just stay out of trouble. Keep your hands off the controls unless I say otherwise." Morty nodded, though his mind was already drifting, eyes flicking toward the console. The threads inside him shimmered faintly, reacting to the interface of the ship. He knew, without thinking, which circuits needed attention, which engines required balance, which containment fields were unstable. It was knowledge beyond schooling, beyond instinct, and he could feel it as vividly as if someone had handed him the blueprints to reality itself. "I can help, Rick," he said softly. Rick's pencil froze mid-scratch. He looked up, eyes narrowing. "I don't want help, Morty. I don't want your new abilities complicating things." "I'm not trying to complicate things," Morty replied. He reached out and pressed a finger to one of the interface panels. The threads hummed, glowing faintly as the unstable readings corrected themselves almost instantly. He withdrew his hand, watching the indicators settle. "See, I'm just fixing things that are already broken. I'm not trying to take over." Rick's hands clenched, then relaxed, almost imperceptibly. "You don't know what you're doing, Morty. You have no idea what any of this is capable of. That silence, whatever it is, it's not just knowledge. It's influence, and influence is dangerous." Morty looked down at his hands, flexing them slowly. He could feel the silence moving in gentle waves, its presence diffusing through him like warm water. It didn't push him. It didn't demand. It only suggested, hinted, guided. And he was beginning to understand that he could use it, deliberately, without losing himself. The first time he did so deliberately was subtle. Rick was distracted, working furiously on a flux stabilizer, muttering curses under his breath. Morty reached out with the threads, focusing on the panel that regulated the power flow. He nudged a few minor alignments, barely perceptible, and the hum of the machine softened. Sparks that had been flickering unpredictably steadied. Rick glanced, up frowning. What did you do? Nothing, Morty said, shrugging, letting the threads recede. The silence pulsed gently in his chest, like it was pleased with his restraint. Rick grunted, returning to his work, but Morty could
feel the tension in the air begin to shift.
There was respect there, subtle and wary, mixed with fear and frustration. Rick had always been afraid of what Morty might do if he learned too much, if he grew too fast. Now Rick was beginning to see that Morty had already grown. Later, when the ship passed through a dense asteroid field, Morty's abilities became more active. He didn't panic. He didn't even have to consciously navigate the path. The threads extended outward, brushing against the rocks, sensing the energy fields, the gravitational pulls, the minute shifts in the trajectories. Morty felt the paths opening in his mind, each one glowing faintly, possibilities stretching in every direction. Rick barked orders, shouting over the noise, trying to steer the ship manually, but Morty's hands moved independently, guided by the subtle hum of the silence. The ship shifted, weaving gracefully between massive rocks, engine pulses smoothing automatically. When they emerged on the other side, Rick's jaw was tight, eyes wide. "You didn't even touch the controls," Rick muttered. "I did," Morty said quietly. "Just not in the way you think." He exhaled slowly, feeling the threads fade into a calm pulse. The silence had taught him subtlety. It didn't demand flashy demonstrations. The most powerful moves were often the quietest. Rick shook his head, muttering under his breath. "You're going to get us killed one day, Morty. And you'll call it guidance." "I won't," Morty replied softly. But inside he knew he wouldn't be able to resist using the silence when it mattered. It wasn't about control. It was about understanding the world in a way Rick couldn't, yet. The next day, while floating above a planet whose surface was littered with crystalline towers, Morty sensed a disturbance. Not danger exactly, but imbalance. The threads pulsed, pointing toward one particular spire. Morty couldn't explain why, only that the silence insisted he investigate. Rick grumbled, already irritated by the planetary anomalies they were charting. "Morty, stay put. I said no wandering off. These crystals—" "I have to go," Morty interrupted gently. "I can feel it." Rick froze, looking at him. "Feel it?" "Morty, stop with the feelings. You're not a psychic. You're a kid. And this, whatever this thing inside you is, it's already making you reckless." Morty's hands trembled slightly, but the threads were steady, guiding him, pulsing with reassurance. "It's not reckless. It's important. I can help." Rick's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop him. Maybe he sensed, even faintly, that the silence wouldn't allow harm, or maybe he was too weary from days of tension to fight Morty openly. Either way, Morty floated down toward the crystalline spire, the threads stretching, feeling every subtle vibration in the structures, the energy flow within, the resonance of the crystals themselves. He touched the base of one tower, and instantly the threads connected deeper, showing him fractures beneath the surface, tiny instability points that could have led to a catastrophic collapse. Morty's fingers danced across the smooth surface, the threads guiding him as he nudged energy flows, adjusted minor alignments, and stabilized the tower. It hummed softly in response, radiant light spreading evenly across its surface. When he returned to the ship, Rick's expression was unreadable. "You did that?" he said flatly. "I did," Morty replied. "And nothing broke. No one got hurt." Rick's jaw worked. "You're lucky and good at this, but don't think I'm not watching. One slip, Morty. One miscalculation." His voice trailed off, but the threat hung in the air. Morty didn't respond. Instead, he closed his eyes and let the silence pulse gently in his chest, a calm rhythm amidst the tension. He didn't feel guilty. He didn't feel powerful. He only felt connected. Not to Rick, not to the ship, not even entirely to himself, but to the world around him, threaded into the small, quiet order beneath chaos. Rick finally turned back to his own work, muttering curses under his breath, but Morty didn't mind. He had learned something crucial. The silence didn't demand obedience, and it didn't require rebellion. It simply existed, patiently waiting for him to use it wisely. And Morty knew he would. He would. The silence had become a constant companion, no longer subtle, no longer hidden in the edges of Morty's mind. It moved with him now, a living presence that pulsed through his veins and radiated from his fingertips. The threads stretched outward, invisibly, brushing against the walls of the ship, the machinery, even the faint energy signatures of distant stars. He had learned to control them, to let them guide without overwhelming, but that mastery carried its own weight. Every action, every choice resonated through a network of possibilities that only he could perceive. Rick noticed the shift immediately. The boy who had trembled under pressure, who second-guessed every decision, was gone. In his place was someone calm, precise, almost unnervingly sure of himself. Rick couldn't hide his worry behind irritation anymore. It had to surface in quieter ways, a tighter jaw, a pause in speech, a glance that lingered too long on Morty's hands. "Morty," Rick said one morning, voice low, "we're entering the border sector. It's not dangerous in the usual sense, but there are forces out there who might notice what you're doing. Powers like yours, they don't go unseen." Morty felt the threads hum faintly at the warning. "I know," he replied softly.
"I feel it. The silence. It's already aware. It knows when someone's paying attention." Rick muttered something under his breath, pacing the length of the cockpit. "This isn't a game, Morty. If someone catches on to what you are,
"They'll try to take you, or worse, exploit you." "You think I'm exaggerating?" "I've seen enough versions of reality to know better." Morty nodded, absorbing the caution without fear. The threads twined around him, reassuring, reminding him that he was prepared. He didn't yet understand everything he could do, but he understood enough to know he wasn't helpless. The first encounter came sooner than expected. A faint pulse of energy grazed the edge of the ship's sensors, almost imperceptible to any other system. Morty's hands tingled, the thread stretching
outward instinctively, brushing against the signal.
He felt the presence before the alarms went off, a vessel unlike any Rick had catalogued, shimmering faintly, almost ethereal. It wasn't hostile, not yet, but it radiated awareness, an intelligence that had noticed him, felt him, through the threads. Rick swore under his breath, scrambling to adjust the controls. "Morty, you feel that, right? That's not ordinary. We need to move, now!" Morty closed his eyes, letting the threads extend fully, sensing every shift in the alien vessel's energy.
It's not attacking, he said. It's curious. It's waiting. Rick's hands tightened on the console. Curious isn't good. Curious is dangerous. Curious wants to probe. Curious wants to take. But Morty shook his head. No, not like that. It's not like the others. It's observing, not planning to destroy us. Not yet.
The threads pulsed in agreement, brushing lightly against the unknown ship, almost like a greeting. Rick looked at him, a frown etched deeply on his face. You're risking too much, Morty. You don't know what you're dealing with. T inhaled slowly. He could feel the threads of the silence reaching out, probing the alien vessel in ways words couldn't describe. It was subtle, gentle, and it left him with a sense of understanding that was more than intuition.
I think it's intelligent, Rick. I think it's trying to communicate, Rick snorted, though it was more nervous than amused. Communicate, huh? Yeah, you tell it. Hi, Morty, that'll end well. Ignoring him, Morty focused. The
threads wrapped around the alien signals, mapping the energy pulses into something comprehensible. It wasn't language, not like spoken words, but rhythm and resonance. Images and impressions flickered in his mind, glimpses of vast cities built of light, creatures who moved through dimensions as easily as breathing, and a sense of shared purpose, curiosity without malice. He opened his eyes, heart racing with wonder.
It's peaceful, not like anything we've seen before. Rick, it's like it's inviting us to understand, not fight. Rick's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his temple. Morty, that doesn't make it safe. I don't care how many threads you've got dancing around in your skull. You can't trust something you don't know. Morty hesitated, but the silence pulsed firmly, guiding him forward.
He lifted a hand, letting the threads reach further, reaching not to dominate or manipulate, but to touch, to resonate, to respond. The alien vessel shimmered in reply, and for a moment the hum of the universe itself seemed to deepen, as if acknowledging a new presence. Rick leaned back, eyes wide, muttering, I swear.
I've never seen anything like this. Morty felt a thrill of wonder, a quiet awe that was different from fear. He had glimpsed infinity before, yes, but this was connection, the kind that threaded him through space and time without tearing
him apart. He could sense that the alien wasn't just observing, they were aware of him, and he of them, on a level beyond words. The encounter lasted only minutes, but it changed something fundamental. Morty returned to the ship's controls, not to steer, not to adjust, but to observe. He felt the threads intertwine with the alien presence, a silent dance of awareness, a conversation without words. Rick finally broke the silence. Morty, you know what this means, right? They're aware. That makes you a target. That makes us a target. Morty looked at him, calm but resolute.
I know, but I think we can learn from them. Maybe we can understand without fighting. Maybe that's what the silence wants me to see. Rick rubbed his face, exhaling a long, weary sigh. Morty, I don't like this. I don't like any of it. You're changing faster than I can handle, and I don't know if I can keep up. I don't know if I can keep you safe. Morty placed a hand gently on Rick's arm. You've always done your best, Rick. You don't have to understand it all. Just trust me a little. Trust the silence a little. Rick stared at him, eyes narrowing. You think I don't trust you? You think I don't care? I don't know if the universe can handle what you're becoming. Morty smiled faintly, a small, patient smile. Maybe it can't, but I have to try.
And you don't have to do it alone. You just have to be here with me. Rick's expression softened, though the tension didn't fully leave him. God, Morty, you're going to give me a heart attack one day. Or worse, drag me into a cosmic disaster that I can't pull us out of. Morty laughed quietly. Maybe, but at least we'll understand it together. The alien ship lingered on the edge of the sensors for a while longer before slipping silently into the void. Morty watched it go, the threads pulsing faintly, fading but leaving a trace of connection behind. Rick leaned back, muttering, "You're insane, you know that?" "Completely insane," Morty shrugged. "Maybe, but not afraid." The silence throbbed. Gently inside him, a constant companion and guide, and for the first time in a long time, Morty felt something profound. Not power, not mastery, but clarity. He was no longer simply surviving. He was beginning to understand. And somewhere, out there, someone, or something, was beginning to understand him too. The morning light filtered weakly through the ship's viewport, casting pale streaks across the metal floor. Morty sat cross-legged, eyes closed, fingers brushing lightly against the console as the silence hummed gently through him. It was no longer just a companion. It had become a rhythm, a heartbeat that flowed beneath his own, shaping perception and subtly bending the threads of reality around him. He could feel it in the engines, in the tiniest vibrations of the ship, in the subtle quantum flux of the stars outside. Each pulse was a suggestion, a guide, and Morty followed it with a calm precision that surprised even himself. Rick, predictably, was uneasy. He sat a few feet away, tinkering with an energy conduit, the hum of his tools clashing faintly with the threads that swirled around Morty. He glanced up frequently, eyes flicking toward Morty, a mix of fascination and dread etched on his face. "You're playing with things you don't understand," Rick muttered under his breath, though his hands continued their work. "You think you're controlling it, but it's already controlling you." Morty opened his eyes, the glow of the threads faint beneath his skin. "It's not controlling me, Rick. I feel it, yes, but it's like listening to someone I trust. It shows me what's possible. I don't have to force it. It guides me," Rick snorted, though it was more a bark of unease than amusement. "Guides you, Morty? Last I checked. The universe doesn't do favors. Nothing guides anything. It just happens. And if you're not careful, this thing will just happen to you in ways you can't predict." Morty's lips pressed together. He wanted to argue, to explain that the silence was not an external force in the conventional sense. It was a resonance, a reflection of all that he had experienced, all that he had become. But words felt inadequate. Instead, he focused on the console in front of him. A reading flickered unevenly, a subtle disruption in the energy field surrounding the ship. He could sense it through the threads, a gentle undulation that whispered of imbalance. Carefully, he extended a finger toward the panel, feeling the vibration flow up his arm. The threads responded instantly, weaving through the circuits, aligning energies with a precision beyond mere logic. The flicker smoothed, the hum of the ship steadied, and Morty felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. Not power, not mastery, but understanding, the quiet, profound clarity of connecting with something larger than himself without being consumed. Rick froze mid-screw, eyes widening, as he noticed the change in the readings.
Did you just... "I helped," Morty said softly. "It wasn't just me. The silence guided it." Rick's face darkened. "Morty, listen to me. Don't ever let it guide you in a way that bypasses thought. Understanding is one
thing, control is another. You could tear the universe apart without even realizing it." Morty nodded, but the threads pulsed insistently, almost like a heartbeat syncing with his own. He felt the pull of probability and potential, subtle suggestions. That didn't force him, but opened doors his mind had never reached alone. He could sense a star about to flare, a particle cluster about to shift, even the faint energy signature of a small vessel passing silently in a distant sector. The universe for a moment seemed to lean closer, as if curious about him, acknowledging
him. A soft chime from the sensors broke the silence. Morty's attention shifted, and he instinctively extended the threads toward the signal. It wasn't dangerous, not yet. It was faint, almost imperceptible. But it resonated differently
than anything he had encountered. The threads wrapped around the signal, probing gently, and images bloomed in his mind, a place of fluid geometry, towers that twisted impossibly, beings who existed simultaneously in multiple planes. Rick glanced over, face pale. "Morty, what the hell are you seeing?" "I don't know," Morty admitted, eyes fixed on the empty space beyond the viewport. "But it's aware. Not hostile, not like the others. Just existing. And maybe noticing me." Rick's jaw tightened. He rubbed at his temple, muttering, "Morty, the second you let it notice you, you become a beacon. You don't know who's out there, what they're thinking, what they want. The universe doesn't hand out observation without strings attached." Morty breathed slowly, letting the threads pulse in calm waves. Maybe some of them aren't dangerous. Maybe they're just like the silence, observing, learning,
waiting. Not for me to obey them, but to understand each other. Rick leaned back, voice low, almost weary.
"You're gambling, Morty. Every time you extend yourself like this, you're leaving a piece of yourself exposed. You're not just changing the ship or the readings, you're changing perception itself. And perception is contagious. You don't know who might follow." Morty's chest tightened. He had felt that before, the subtle tug of threads, not his own, brushing against him, some other consciousness observing and probing. He hadn't yet identified them, and that knowledge scared him, but it didn't stop him. The silence had taught him patience, restraint, and now, perhaps for the first time, courage. He stretched his hand slowly, letting the threads glide through the console, up the walls, and beyond the ship. The faint hum of resonance deepened, extending past the metal hull, brushing the invisible fabrics of space around them. Images flickered in his mind again, stars bending faintly, the almost imperceptible motion of planets, distant vessels moving silently along hidden currents. Morty didn't act on them. He didn't control or manipulate. He simply observed, absorbing the rhythms of the universe in a quiet intimacy that left him breathless. Rick watched him, expression unreadable. "Morty, you're changing faster than I can keep up with, faster than I can even measure, and it's not just abilities anymore. You're folding reality around yourself without even trying. That's not natural." "I'm not folding
it," Morty said softly. "I'm listening. It's letting me hear what's already there."
"I'm not creating, I'm understanding." Rick's eyes narrowed, jaw tight. "Understanding doesn't stop consequences, Morty. Every time you reach like that, you leave ripples behind. Ripples attract attention, and not all attention is
friendly." Morty closed his eyes, letting the threads pulse gently, resonating with the hum of the ship and the faint signals of space around them. "I know, but maybe some attention isn't hostile. Maybe some of it just wants to learn, like I do." Rick exhaled slowly, running a hand over his face.
"Maybe. Or maybe the universe doesn't care what you think it wants. You're becoming something else, Morty. I don't even know what to call it anymore." Morty opened his eyes, feeling the threads pulse with calm assurance. I don't know either, Rick. I only know that it feels right. That I can see and listen and understand in a way I never could before. I can't stop it, and I don't want to. Rick sat back, silent for a long time. The hum of the ship, the faint pulses of the threads and the quiet stars beyond the viewport filled the space between them. Finally Rick muttered, "Just promise me you'll be careful. Not for me, Morty, but for yourself. Don't let it consume you." Morty nodded, feeling the warmth of the silence resonate within him. "I won't," he said softly, though even he knew it was a promise only time could test. And somewhere, deep in the pulse of the universe, faint ripples shifted in response to Morty's presence. Threads of awareness stretched subtly, curious, cautious, watching and waiting. Morty leaned back, closing his eyes, letting the hum of the ship, the stars, and the silence flow through him. For the first time in a long while, he felt not fear or doubt, but clarity, a quiet, meditative connection to all that was, all that might be, and all that could be understood without force. Morty awoke to the faint hum of the ship, the silence, already stirring within him, coiling and uncoiling like a living thread beneath his skin. The lights of distant stars shimmered against the viewport, subtle and constant, reminding him that the universe had its own rhythm, one that existed with or without his attention, but that now, somehow, he could feel. He stretched, flexing. His fingers and the threads rippled in response, tracing his movements and echoing the calm certainty that had grown in him over the past cycles. Rick was in the corner, hunched over a set of delicate instruments, muttering as he twisted wires and soldered connections with precision. His eyes flicked toward Morty every few minutes, a mixture of awe, worry, and that familiar, begrudging respect etched on his face. "Don't get any ideas today, Morty," Rick said without looking up. "The last thing I need is you poking around the quantum flux, or, God forbid, touching something that isn't broken." Morty smiled faintly, leaning forward to touch the console. He didn't need to see the readings. The threads of the silence brushed across the panels and engines, feeling the imbalance, noticing the subtle deviations in the energy fields. "I'm
Not poking," he said softly. "I'm listening," Rick snorted, though there was tension behind the sound. "Listening doesn't keep you alive, Morty. Not in this part of space. Not when things can—" He stopped mid-sentence, eyes narrowing.
At a small blip on the sensors, Morty's threads twitched in response, extending toward the anomaly before either of them could make sense of it. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a faint ripple in the space-time continuum, a flicker that suggested movement, but didn't belong to anything on their charts. Morty's hands hovered above the console, the threads brushing the sensors, probing, feeling. "It's alive," he murmured. "Or something like it. I can feel it thinking, Rick. Not threatening, just aware." Rick's eyebrows shot up.
"Aware? Morty, I swear, if this thing's intelligent, we're walking into a trap, or worse, a predator who thinks it's smarter than us." Morty shook his head gently. "Not a predator, it's observing, testing, curious." He exhaled,
letting the threads pulse gently, reaching toward the anomaly like fingers grazing a surface just out of reach. The threads shivered in response, and images flickered in Morty's mind, shapes bending impossibly, colors that shouldn't exist, and a sense of intention, not chaos. Rick frowned, muttering under his breath, pacing behind Morty. "You're
insane. Absolutely insane. You're not just poking around, you're inviting it in. You don't know what this thing could do if it figures you out.
Morty felt the silence pulse in agreement, steady and warm, calming the edge of panic that always followed the unknown. "I think it already knows me," he said softly. "And I can feel it understanding in a way I've never felt before." Rick ran a hand over his face, muttering, "You're gonna get us killed, Morty. I can feel it in my gut, and that gut rarely lies." The threads shimmered faintly as Morty extended them fully, probing the anomaly with cautious curiosity. It pulsed back, not violently, but deliberately, testing the boundaries, almost like a conversation without words. Images and impressions cascaded in his mind, vistas of fluid structures, beings moving through dimensions like water, and the faint, persistent hum of countless simultaneous possibilities. Morty opened his eyes slowly, breath shallow but steady. "Rick, it's not hostile, it's curious. I think it wants to communicate." Rick's lips pressed together, jaw tight. He turned abruptly, pacing a circle around the console. "Communicate, huh? That's convenient. You think you can—"
Talk to something you don't understand? Morty, that's not a conversation.
"That's a signal flare, and we're the ones in the blast radius." Morty's gaze softened, the threads pulsing gently in response to the anomaly's rhythm. "Maybe it's not a blast. Maybe it's an invitation. Not to fight, not to dominate, just to understand each other, that's all." Rick's frown deepened, though the tremor in his hands betrayed his curiosity despite his words. "Morty, you're going to learn the hard way that not everything that invites you is friendly. The universe isn't polite, not to kids, not to anyone." Morty nodded, acknowledging the risk without fear. The threads pulsed again, intertwining with the anomaly's energy, delicate but firm, a gentle tether connecting them. He didn't push or manipulate. He listened, felt the ebb and flow, and let the resonance guide his understanding. Patterns emerged, subtle and complex, like a dance performed across dimensions, intricate yet precise. Rick watched in silence, muttering occasional curses under his breath. He knew, as he always did, that Morty had a gift. But this was beyond anything he could predict, beyond his calculations. And yet he was learning, grudgingly, that trying to stop it might be worse than observing it. The anomaly pulsed. Again, slightly brighter, and Morty felt a surge of connection. He instinctively mirrored it with the threads, allowing the resonance to expand, to flow through him and back into the anomaly. A calm clarity settled over him, warm and deep. He felt understanding, not complete, not perfect, but a beginning, a bridge across something impossibly vast. Rick finally exhaled, slumping against the console, muttering, "God damn it, Morty, you're insane. But maybe there's something there." Morty smiled faintly, the threads humming quietly, their glow dim but persistent. "It's not about being insane, Rick. It's about listening, observing, understanding, not controlling, just resonating." Rick shook his head slowly. "Resonating? Right. Just don't let that resonance make you overconfident. You think you're ready for this kind of contact, Morty, but you have no idea what's coming. None." Morty's gaze drifted back to the anomaly, pulsing gently in response to the threads, a quiet, patient energy that mirrored his own calm.
"I know there's risk, but I also know I can learn from it. I can understand without fear, and maybe it can learn from me too." Rick's lips pressed into a thin line, his hands twitching as he adjusted a few dials. "You're crazy, but maybe that's exactly what we need. Just don't get yourself killed." Morty nodded once, feeling the threads pulse through him in affirmation. The anomaly lingered on the edge of sensors, neither advancing nor retreating, a presence that tested boundaries without imposing force.
And Morty, for the first time, understood what the silence had been preparing him for. Not mastery, not dominance, but connection, subtle, patient, and infinitely expansive. And somewhere deep in the quiet hum of the universe, the anomaly pulsed back, acknowledging him, curious, waiting, and perhaps beginning to understand in return. The stars were dimmer that night, faintly muted behind a thin veil of cosmic dust, as if the universe itself had leaned closer to watch. Morty sat quietly in the cockpit, legs tucked beneath him, hands hovering just above the console. The silence pulsed within him, steady and warm, and he felt it stretching outward, brushing lightly against the edges of the ship, probing the spaces beyond. It was no longer subtle. He could feel the threads responding to distant presences, the subtle ripples of awareness moving through space, approaching them, observing him. Rick was unusually silent, perched on the edge of a seat, his eyes flicking between the readings on the console and Morty. He muttered curses occasionally under his breath, the sound blending with the low hum of the ship. But there was an unmistakable tension in the way he held himself. "Morty," he said finally, voice low, almost reverent, "you've got eyes now, not just hands, not just the threads. You're seeing things that weren't meant to be seen. And believe me, people, entities, things, whatever you call them, they're watching back." Morty nodded slowly, feeling the threads pulse in response to Rick's words. He had sensed it before, distant flickers of presence brushing against his awareness, subtle distortions in the patterns of reality around him. Now, though, they were closer, deliberate, measuring, and the threads whispered to him gently, insistently, that he should pay attention. "I know," Morty said softly.
I feel them. They're curious, not hostile, not yet. They're just aware. Rick rubbed his temples, leaning back against the seat. Curious doesn't mean safe, Morty. In my experience, curiosity kills, or at least inconveniences, most
"People who don't have a defense." Morty didn't argue. The threads pulsed faintly in his veins, coaxing him to patience, to observation, to understanding. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the resonance of the silence deepen, listening not just to the ship, not just to the anomaly or the faint presences approaching, but to the subtle rhythms of space itself. Tiny energy pulses, shifts in particle clusters, the faint hum of gravitational waves. All of it was a symphony, a message, if he only listened. And he was listening. A subtle flicker on the sensors caught his attention. It was faint, nearly imperceptible, a ripple that didn't belong to anything on their charts. Morty extended a finger toward the console, letting the threads flow out to touch it. Immediately the threads pulsed, aligning with the anomaly, sensing its structure, its patterns, the faint intention that hovered behind it. Unlike the curious entity from before, this presence felt more deliberate, more calculating. It was not immediately threatening, but it was aware of him and it was paying attention. Rick's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, scanning the readings. "Morty, don't reach for it. That's not a friendly flicker, that's assessment."
It knows you're there, and it's figuring out what to do next. Morty's lips pressed together, but he let the threads move.
Not to manipulate, not to dominate, not even to communicate, just to sense, to understand. The anomaly shimmered faintly in response, almost as if acknowledging his presence without aggression. Patterns formed in Morty's mind, grids, arcs, waves of energy, structures in multiple dimensions simultaneously. It was dizzying, almost overwhelming, but the threads of silence pulsed with steady reassurance, anchoring him, guiding him. Rick muttered, more to himself than to Morty, "If this thing decides you're a threat, there's no coming back."
Nothing I can do will save us. Morty, you don't understand. You can't. I understand more than you think, Morty replied softly. I don't know everything, but I can feel it. I can see patterns. I can understand enough to know what it wants, at least for now. Rick's jaw tightened, his hands clenching. Morty, you're playing with forces that don't care about enough. You've got the threads, sure, but those threads aren't going to stop entities that exist outside normal dimensions.
One misstep, one mistake, and we're toast. And I'm not exaggerating. Morty nodded again, letting the threads pulse, weaving a delicate resonance around the anomaly. It wasn't guidance, it was communion, not of words, not of actions, but
of awareness. They were noticing him and he was noticing them, in a subtle, patient rhythm that didn't demand anything more than quiet attention. The presence responded, shifting slightly in energy, pulsing with a rhythm that echoed faintly
in Morty's chest. For a moment, the universe seemed to hold its breath, stretching infinitely outward and inward simultaneously. Morty could feel the anomaly's thoughts, or something like thoughts, bending toward him, curious, tentative, probing. Rick watched, him with a mixture of fascination and fear. Morty, if you keep this up, they're going to trace you back to the Citadel. You know that, right? They'll follow. And once they do, it won't just be you. It'll be everyone you care about.
Everyone I care about. This is dangerous on a scale you can't even imagine.
Morty exhaled, letting the threads recede slightly, the resonance calming. I know, but I can't ignore them. Not if they're trying to reach out. Not if there's a way to understand instead of fight. Rick shook his head slowly. You're crazy, purely, absolutely crazy. But, maybe there's a method to it. Maybe. Just don't get cocky, Morty. Not yet. The universe has a way of punishing hubris. The anomaly pulsed again, faint and deliberate, and Morty felt a strange, calm clarity settle over him. The threads hummed in quiet affirmation, weaving a protective rhythm around him. For the first time, he felt the sense of a true balance, a fragile, delicate, and beautiful connection that was not mastery or power, but understanding. Rick finally exhaled, running a hand over his face.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Morty, but maybe you're ready for this. Maybe. But that doesn't mean it won't hurt. Morty smiled faintly, eyes reflecting the distant stars. I know, and I'll be careful. I always am, Kate
Muttered something incomprehensible, shaking his head, but the tension eased slightly. Morty let the thread settle, feeling the anomaly linger at the edge of perception, curious and aware, but not threatening. Somewhere in the depths of space, in the quiet ripples of awareness that threaded through the universe, something had taken note of him. And Morty, for the first time, didn't feel fear. He felt connection, patience, and the quiet, unwavering certainty of presence. And as the ship drifted gently through the dimmed stars, Rick finally spoke again, quieter this time. Morty, if anyone asks, don't tell them what you saw tonight.
Not yet. Let them wait. Morty nodded, letting the threads pulse softly in his chest, a gentle heartbeat in rhythm with the universe.
He didn't speak, but the silence spoke for him, and for the first time he realized that understanding was its own kind of power, subtle, patient, and infinitely profound. The stars outside shimmered faintly, welcoming him, testing him, and, perhaps, just perhaps, acknowledging him as something more than a boy. And Morty let himself feel it fully, letting the threads ripple outward, brushing against the cosmos, aware and deeply alive. The Citadel had always been a place of quiet hums and hidden rhythms, layers of complexity folded into corridors, chambers, and alleys that seemed endless to anyone who wandered without knowing their way. Morty, however, had grown to perceive more than just walls and doors. He could feel the faint vibrations of existence here, the subtle pulse of consciousness, the threads of thought running beneath the surface of the city, faint ripples that indicated presence, intention, and sometimes fear. It was dizzying at first, but the silence had taught him patience. To listen before moving, to sense before speaking, to perceive before acting. Rick had been unusually quiet as they returned to the Citadel, muttering curses that seemed half prayer, half warning. "Morty, this place, it's a nest."
A nest of eyes, all looking for anything unfamiliar, anything different. And you, of course, are everything different right now. Morty kept his hands folded in his lap, letting the threads of silence ripple softly beneath his skin.
"I can feel them, Rick. I can sense their attention. I know who's noticing me, and I know who's curious. Not everyone here is a threat." Rick's jaw tightened, a muscle flicking near his temple. "Curious doesn't mean safe, Morty. These Ricks, they see anomalies as targets."
"And you, my boy, are the biggest anomaly I've ever seen." Morty didn't argue. Instead, he let the threads extend outward, brushing lightly against the subtle ripples of consciousness threading through the Citadel. He could feel which sectors
were more aware than others, which Ricks were alert, which ones were simply busy with their own schemes. The threads pulsed gently, mapping awareness like the quiet tracing of water across stone. They moved through the streets, blending with the muted crowds, while Morty felt the pull of attention, like tiny gravitational forces brushing against him. Most of the Ricks paid no mind, too caught up in their routines, their minor conflicts, but a few flickers of recognition traced him, the subtle awareness that whispered, "Something is different here." "Something new?" Rick grumbled, keeping his voice low. "You think they won't notice you?" Morty, the second one of these Ricks, even suspects. It's a spiral. A spiral that doesn't stop until they know everything. Morty exhaled softly, letting the threads pulse in reassurance.
"I know, but I can feel them. I can manage their attention, guide it gently. I don't want conflict, Rick. I just want to be understood." Rick snorted, though the sound was uneasy. "Understanding is for philosophers, and look at philosophers. Here, dead, bored, or trying to overthrow each other. Don't get cute with that, Morty. Just survive. That's the lesson." They reached the central tower, the hub of the Citadel's administrative sector, a towering spire that pulsed faintly
with energy. Morty could feel the threads of influence stretching from the building, subtle and dense, each one a line of consciousness threading through bureaucratic machinery, through monitoring systems, through Ricks in offices and chambers beyond their view. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the threads trace paths through the Citadel, weaving lightly, observing quietly, learning patterns of attention and avoidance. Rick muttered, "This is insane. You're threading yourself into every monitoring system, every sensor, every whatever. You're leaving yourself exposed." "I'm not hiding," Morty replied softly. "I'm being subtle, gentle. I'm just tracing awareness, understanding how attention moves here. I can't stay naive forever, Rick. I need to see it clearly." Rick's hands twitched as he adjusted a device in his bag. "Seeing clearly isn't enough, Morty. Exposure is death in here. You don't get a warning. You don't get a second chance. One misstep, and they'll trace you back, and then, well, let's just say you're too valuable to ignore." Morty's lips pressed together, letting the threads hum quietly beneath his skin. He sensed a presence shift nearby, careful, deliberate, a ripple in the web of attention he had been mapping. The threads reached out instinctively, brushing against it. He felt calculation, patience, and awareness. This was a Rick, yes, but not just any Rick. There was something different, older, sharper, a perception honed by years of observing anomalies like himself. Rick noticed Morty's sudden stillness. "Who is it? Morty? What did you sense?" Morty kept his voice calm, almost reverent. "A Rick, but he's observing differently. He's aware of me, of the threads. He's not hostile yet, but he's thinking, calculating."
He's curious in the way that can be dangerous. Rick's eyes narrowed. Curious in the Citadel? Dangerous is an understatement. Morty, you don't want to engage him. Not now, not like this. Morty's hand twitched lightly. He let.
The threads pulse gently, mirroring the other Rick's awareness without forcing it, weaving a subtle rhythm that allowed him to sense intent without provoking reaction. It was a delicate balance, one that required patience and precision. Observing Rick shifted again, subtle, careful, as if testing the currents, feeling the resonance Morty projected. Morty felt the threads respond instinctively, curving around the figure, gauging distance, tone, and potential hostility. He could see the faint flicker of recognition in the pattern of consciousness, the acknowledgement that this Morty was not
ordinary, that this presence carried something the Citadel had not encountered before. Rick muttered under his breath, tension tight in every line of his body.
"Morty, you've got to be careful. Don't let him know too much. Not yet. Not until we—" Morty shook his head gently, letting the threads pulse in rhythm with the silent awareness of the Citadel itself.
"I can't ignore him, but I don't need to fight. I just need to let him see without revealing everything. I can manage this." Rick grunted, clearly frustrated but unwilling to argue further. Fine, Morty, but remember, curiosity. Here is a blade, and it cuts both ways." The observing Rick lingered, pulses of awareness brushing faintly against Morty, cautious, testing, probing. Morty mirrored the rhythm, careful not to dominate or manipulate, simply reflecting, sensing, and learning.
For a long moment, it was a delicate dance of recognition, a quiet acknowledgement across the invisible threads that connected them, two minds aware of the subtle threads of the universe in the same space. Rick finally exhaled, muttering, "I don't know how you do this, Morty, but somehow you're threading yourself into danger without stepping on it. I don't get it. I don't think I ever will. Morty smiled faintly, feeling the threads pulse gently, a soft reassurance against the tension of the Citadel. "You don't have to get it, Rick. You just have to trust that I can listen and respond without causing harm. Not everything needs
a fight. Not yet." The observing Rick finally shifted, retreating slowly but not entirely, leaving faint traces of attention behind. Morty felt it fade, the threads settling gently within him, the resonance of the Citadel returning to its muted rhythm.
Rick exhaled, muttering something incomprehensible, but there was no relief, only quiet tension. Morty closed his eyes, letting the threads pulse softly, aware that the Citadel had noticed him now, aware that the threads of attention had shifted subtly in response. He could feel curiosity lingering, not hostile yet, but deliberate, persistent. Somewhere in the depth of the Citadel, eyes were watching him, waiting for the right moment to act, and he was ready to sense it, to understand it, and to respond with quiet patience rather than force. The threads hummed gently beneath his skin, a rhythm that resonated with the vast, intricate hum of the Citadel, and Morty realized, quietly, that he was no longer just a boy moving through space. He was a presence, delicate but undeniable, threading himself into the awareness of something far larger than he had imagined. The Citadel felt different that evening. The corridors, usually humming with background chatter and quiet bustle, seemed slightly denser with awareness, as though the walls themselves had begun to notice Morty's presence. He walked carefully, threads of the silence rippling softly. Beneath his skin, attuned to the subtle currents of observation that brushed past him. He wasn't invisible, he never had been, but now there was a sense of weight, an acknowledgement of something unfamiliar threading itself into the fabric of their routines. Rick followed at a careful distance, muttering occasionally under his breath, adjusting gadgets with precise flicks of his wrist. "Morty, this is bad. You've tipped the scales, and now every Rick with half a brain in this place is curious, and curiosity here. Morty, curiosity is a scalpel with no mercy." Morty let the threads pulse gently, extending outward just enough to sense the minor tremors in the attention of passing Ricks. "I know, Rick, but it's not dangerous unless I make it dangerous. I'm careful. I can feel who's friendly, who's neutral, who's suspicious. I can manage the attention without provoking it." Rick's expression darkened, though there was an odd flicker in his eyes, a mixture of worry and reluctant respect. "You manage attention like some kind
of psychic traffic cop. You realize that's insane, right? Insane and probably illegal.
The Citadel doesn't hand out permissions for anomalies like this." Morty didn't answer immediately. He felt a subtle shift ahead, a change in the threads of attention that pulled him forward, guiding without forcing. He walked slowly, allowing the subtle currents to lead him, letting the resonance flow beneath his skin, blending with the quiet rhythms of the Citadel. Ahead, a figure stepped into his path, not hostile, but deliberate. The threads reached instinctively, brushing gently, sensing awareness, measuring intent. The figure was older, a Rick, but different. Subtle energy radiated from him, faint, controlled, deliberate. He was observing, but in a measured, cautious way, as if testing the water before committing. Morty paused, letting the threads ripple gently around the stranger. "I can feel you," he said softly, voice calm. "I don't mean harm. I just want to understand." The older Rick tilted his head, eyes narrowing in a mixture of curiosity and calculation. He didn't speak immediately. The silence stretched between them, almost tactile, filled with subtle pulses of awareness. Then, in a voice low and measured, he said, "Not many can walk here unnoticed, Morty. Not many can thread themselves into the Citadel without triggering alarms, without forcing reactions. And yet, here you are. Something about you is different." Morty felt the threads pulse softly, a quiet acknowledgement of the observation. "I'm just listening. I can feel the currents, the attention, the movement of thought. I'm not trying to manipulate anyone. I just sense and sometimes respond gently, carefully." The older Rick's lips pressed into a thin line. "Gifts like that, they're dangerous."
Dangerous because they're rare, and rare things always draw attention. Most would exploit them, most would fear them, and some would destroy them. You've already attracted attention, Morty, and not all of it is hostile, but none of it is neutral either.
Rick muttered from a step behind, voice low and tight. "I told you, Morty, you're threading yourself into danger, and now you're attracting players that aren't just curious. They're calculating. And one slip," Morty raised, a hand slightly, letting the threads ripple in reassurance. "I know, Rick. I can sense the currents. I can feel the difference between those who are curious, those who are cautious, and those who might be dangerous."
I just Want to understand the balance here. The older Rick studied him silently for a long moment. Finally, he spoke again, voice gentler. Balance is fragile here, Morty. Fragile and fleeting. One wrong pulse, one misstep, and everything could spiral. But
Maybe you have a way of threading attention without tipping the scales. Maybe. Morty exhaled softly, letting the threads ripple gently around them. He could sense subtle nods of acknowledgement from surrounding Ricks, awareness rippling faintly, without confrontation. The presence of the older Rick acted as a subtle anchor, drawing curious attention into measured patterns rather than chaotic spikes. The threads hummed, delicate and precise, tracing currents without manipulating or controlling them, weaving a rhythm that resonated with the subtle politics of the Citadel. Rick muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Morty, you're insane."
absolutely insane. Threading yourself into the middle of this chaos and not getting shredded. I don't know how you do it. Morty smiled faintly, letting the threads hum beneath his skin. It's not about control, Rick. It's about awareness, understanding, patience. I can sense intentions without provoking them. I can reflect currents.
Without creating ripples, that's all. The older Rick regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Reflection, patience, subtlety. Most here wouldn't survive the first hour practicing that. You're different, Morty. Dangerous in ways most don't realize. But not because you're violent or reckless, because you're perceptive. And perception can change outcomes without force. That's what makes you interesting. Morty's threads pulsed softly, brushing lightly against the awareness of those around him. A faint ripple of curiosity spread subtly through the nearby corridors, attention shifting in ways imperceptible to anyone else, flowing gently rather than crashing violently. He could feel the Citadel breathing differently, slightly calmer, slightly more measured, not controlled, not dominated, but guided with a careful, quiet understanding. Rick's lips pressed together in an unreadable expression.
Interesting. Right. Sure, let's call it interesting. But don't think for a second that being interesting keeps you safe. The Citadel doesn't reward perception. It punishes anomaly. Morty nodded, letting the threads hum quietly. A
soft pulse of reassurance within him. I know, but I can manage attention without forcing it. I can sense the difference between curiosity and hostility. I can reflect, not manipulate. That's enough for now. The older Rick studied him one. Last time, eyes sharp, calculating, but a faint glimmer of approval softened his expression. Keep threading carefully, Morty. Carefully and with patience. You're stepping into a space where most would fail, but maybe you have a chance. Just don't underestimate what happens when curiosity turns to scrutiny. Morty exhaled, slowly, letting the threads settle gently within him, aware of the subtle shifts in attention, the delicate balance of presence within the Citadel. He felt the quiet hum of acknowledgement from the older Rick, a faint recognition that this boy was not merely surviving, but understanding, threading perception into something delicate, patient, and resilient. Rick muttered under his breath, clearly torn between fear and grudging respect. I still don't get it, Morty, but somehow, you're threading your way through it without breaking. Don't screw it up. Morty smiled faintly, letting the threads hum softly, resonating with the quiet, intricate rhythms of the Citadel. He didn't need to dominate, didn't need to fight. Awareness, patience, and subtle reflection were enough to navigate the delicate currents of attention. And for the first time he realized that understanding alone could be a shield, a quiet presence that shaped the world without forcing it, without violence, without recklessness. And somewhere in the depths of the Citadel, eyes were still watching, observing, curious, and perhaps beginning to acknowledge a presence that moved differently than any they had encountered before, a presence patient, perceptive, and quietly extraordinary. The Citadel had shifted. Morty could feel it before he even stepped into the main atrium, a subtle hum under the usual murmur of voices, the faint ripple of attention stretching through the hallways, corridors, and chambers like an invisible tide. It was almost imperceptible, but the threads beneath his skin pulsed in response, extending outward like quiet fingers, brushing against every ripple, every micro-currents of awareness. The Ricks moving past him seemed distracted, hesitant, or unusually measured in their movements, as though they were subconsciously accommodating something they couldn't quite name. Rick walked slightly behind him, muttering curses under his breath, adjusting gadgets that seemed to do little beyond hum in sympathy with the subtle shifts in the Citadel. Morty, do you feel that? That's not just attention, that's adaptation. The Citadel is sensing you, feeling your presence, and it's reacting. Not aggressively, but cautiously. Morty nodded slowly, letting the threads ripple softly, brushing along the edges of consciousness threading through the crowds. I can feel it, Rick. They're not hostile, not yet. Just curious, hesitant, almost cautious. They're noticing me differently than they notice most anomalies. They're aware of the threads and they're adjusting. Subtly, Rick muttered something that sounded like a curse or a prayer, his hands twitching as he adjusted a panel on a nearby device. Subtle doesn't matter, Morty. Even subtle changes here can cascade. The second a high-functioning Rick decides you're a problem, everything goes to hell. Morty's fingers hovered above the console of the small surveillance node he had learned to read, letting the threads extend beyond the physical structure of the Citadel, brushing against corridors, offices, hidden passages, and minor monitoring systems. The threads pulsed in response, noting subtle shifts in attention, whispering patterns, probabilities, and faint hesitations. He could see the Citadel as a living organism now, sensing, breathing, reacting, and he could thread himself gently into its currents without forcing it, merely observing and influencing with care. Ahead, a small group of Ricks paused, their movements slow, deliberate. They glanced toward him and then away, as if they sensed something they didn't understand. Morty felt the threads pulse softly, extending just enough to mirror their awareness, reflecting it gently back, neither pushing nor dominating. The subtle acknowledgement rippled through them, barely perceptible, but enough to calm the tension in their posture. Rick's eyes narrowed. You're threading the Citadel without touching it. You're insane, absolutely insane, but somehow it works. Morty smiled faintly, feeling the threads pulse, the gentle resonance aligning with the intricate awareness of the Citadel. It's not about working, Rick. It's about listening, understanding the flow, noticing the balance, and responding gently. That's all. They moved further into the atrium, past countless Ricks engrossed in their own work, plotting, scheming, or simply drifting through routines. Morty's threads extended subtly, brushing against the microcurrents of their awareness, noting shifts, hesitations, and curious glances. He could feel the influence of the older Rick from the previous day, still lingering, like a faint echo, softening reactions, creating pockets of understanding. Rick muttered under his breath, clearly torn between fear and reluctant awe. Morty, you're threading awareness like some kind of psychic loom. You've turned attention into a tangible thing, and somehow the Citadel is folding around you instead of against you. I don't even know how to explain this, Morty nodded softly, letting the threads pulse gently. It's not about control, Rick. It's about balance. They notice me, yes, but they're not hostile. The threads reflect their curiosity without forcing it, respond to awareness without dominating. It's subtle but effective. A faint shift caught Morty's attention, a minor alteration in energy patterns from a distant tower, far from where they were. The threads pulsed instinctively, stretching toward the signal. A small group of Ricks was observing from afar, cautious, calculating, aware of his presence without confronting it. The threads brushed gently, sensing the subtle hesitation, the faint curiosity that mirrored the earlier encounters. Morty exhaled softly, letting the resonance settle within him. Rick's voice broke his concentration, low and tight. Morty, they're calculating. That's not curiosity, that's strategy. They've noticed patterns, they're trying to predict you, and if they predict you wrong, his words trailed off, heavy with implication. Morty let the threads pulse in quiet acknowledgement. I know, but I can sense the difference between prediction and aggression. I can thread awareness without tipping the balance. They're cautious, not hostile. That's all I need right now. Rick muttered something incoherent, pacing slightly, a hand running over his temple. Morty, I don't even know what you're doing. You've turned subtle influence into an art form. And the Citadel, of all places, is,
No. Yielding? No, not yielding, just responding differently than normal. You've changed the currents. Morty smiled faintly, eyes soft as he let the threads ripple gently through his fingers.
I haven't changed them, Rick. I've just learned to move with them, to observe, to reflect, to respond lightly. That's all. The Citadel was always alive, always aware. I'm just listening. A distant hum shifted, barely perceptible, like a ripple through a quiet pond. Morty felt it brush against the threads, delicate but firm, and recognized it immediately. Someone or something was adjusting, responding to his presence, perhaps for the first time in years. He traced it softly, feeling the deliberate, measured approach, sensing awareness and intent that mirrored his own careful patience. Rick's voice was quiet now, tight with awe and fear. Morty. That's not just attention, that's acknowledgement. Someone's noticing what you're doing, and they're not trying to harm you, not yet. But they're calculating, watching, adjusting. Morty exhaled softly, letting the threads ripple gently. I can feel it, Rick. And that's okay. I don't need hostility to be effective. I just need awareness, observation, and reflection. That's enough to influence without forcing, to exist without provoking. They moved deeper into the atrium, the threads of silence humming softly beneath Morty's skin, brushing against every subtle shift, every ripple of attention. The Citadel had adjusted subtly, almost imperceptibly, to his presence. It wasn't overt control, not dominance, not manipulation. It was reflection, resonance, awareness, threaded delicately into the currents of the city. Rick muttered under his breath again, almost reverently. Morty, you've done something.
Impossible. You've threaded yourself into the Citadel and somehow it's responding. It's not hostile. Not yet. And somehow it's better.
Morty let the thread settle softly, feeling the quiet pulse of the Citadel around him, aware of attention, curiosity, and acknowledgement. He didn't need to dominate, didn't need to force, didn't need to act. He had become a quiet presence, patient, perceptive, and aware, threading influence into currents of awareness that had never before yielded so gently. The Ricks around him adjusted subconsciously, moving with subtle deference, cautious curiosity, rippling faintly, almost imperceptibly. Morty exhaled, feeling the threads pulse softly in rhythm with the Citadel, a quiet harmony forming without struggle, without violence, without imposition. And somewhere, unseen but felt, awareness lingered, observing, curious, acknowledging, and perhaps beginning to recognize a presence moving differently than anything the Citadel had encountered before, patient, perceptive, and quietly extraordinary. The Citadel was quiet in a way Morty had never known before. The usual hum of conversations, the shuffle of hurried footsteps, and the faint tension threading through the hallways had softened into something almost meditative. It wasn't emptiness, it was acknowledgement. The city, in all its infinite complexity, had noticed, understood, and shifted gently around him. Morty walked slowly through the atrium, letting the threads of awareness ripple beneath his skin, extending outward just enough to sense every subtle pulse of attention without imposing on it. Rick trailed behind him, muttering under his breath, occasionally adjusting gadgets that seemed almost ceremonial at this point, as if honoring the quiet transformation he could feel but couldn't explain. Morty, I can't believe it. Somehow you've threaded yourself into this place without
Tearing it apart or getting shredded. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Insane.
Morty smiled faintly, the threads pulsing softly in his veins. It's not about tearing things apart, Rick. It's about listening, feeling, and letting understanding guide my steps. The Citadel is alive, always aware, always shifting. I just
moved with it instead of against it. Rick snorted, though there was no real tension in it anymore. Moved with it, right. Sounds poetic, sounds dangerously naive, but apparently it worked. Somehow.
Morty let the threads ripple softly, brushing against the residual awareness of the older Rick from before, who lingered like a faint echo in the subtle currents of perception. There was no hostility in the energy, only acknowledgement, a gentle recognition of the patience, awareness, and care he had threaded into the Citadel. Even the curious observers scattered through the corridors seemed less tense, less calculating. Subtle curiosity had replaced suspicion, a delicate shift he could feel as tangibly as the stars outside the Citadel windows. He paused near a quiet alcove overlooking the central courtyard. The threads pulsed softly, brushing against the ripples, of a tension that stretched through the city. In that space, he could sense the faint imprints of countless small interactions, the brief moments of kindness, the quiet awareness he had extended without force, the subtle reflections of attention that had neither manipulated nor dominated. Everything he had done, every patient thread, had left a gentle mark, and it was visible now, if only one knew how to look. Rick's voice came low, almost reverent. Morty, you've changed the place. Not in the way anyone would brag about, not with fanfare or chaos, but
quietly, subtly. And it's working. Somehow it's better because of you. I don't even know what to say. Morty exhaled, letting the threads pulse in quiet harmony with the Citadel. You don't have to say anything, Rick. Just notice. That's enough. The city has always been alive. I just acknowledged it, listened, responded with patience.
The courtyard shimmered faintly with reflected light, the distant suns catching on the crystalline towers in ways that felt almost deliberate. Morty felt the threads pulse in rhythm with the subtle patterns of energy around him. They traced flows of consciousness, waves of awareness, and delicate ripples of attention that had shifted imperceptibly during his time here. He could feel the Citadel exhaling softly, a sigh of acknowledgement, of recognition, of quiet appreciation. Rick muttered, under his breath again, almost unable to stop himself. You've threaded yourself into perception like a ghost weaving light. That's not something anyone here sees every day. You've, I don't know, left them better, or at least lighter somehow. Morty's lips curved into a soft smile, letting the threads settle within him. He could sense the faint echoes of gratitude from the older Rick and the other observers, subtle but unmistakable. It wasn't loud, it wasn't triumphant, it wasn't even consciously acknowledged, but it was real. And that quiet acknowledgement filled him with a sense of calm he hadn't known he could feel in the Citadel. He walked toward the observation deck, overlooking the outer rings of the city, letting the threads extend gently, brushing against every microcurrent of attention, every ripple of curiosity, every subtle shift in perception. The Citadel was alive, aware, curious, and now quietly
harmonious.
Morty felt a deep satisfaction, not pride, not victory, but a calm, enduring sense of alignment. Rick trailed behind, muttering incoherently. I still don't get it, Morty. Never will, but somehow you didn't just survive. You didn't just thread yourself in, you improved it. Somehow, Morty exhaled, letting the threads pulse gently in rhythm with the city, with the subtle awareness of the Ricks around him, with the faint echoes of curiosity and acknowledgement that lingered in every corridor. It wasn't about survival.
Rick. It was about patience, reflection, awareness, and care. That's enough to exist here without causing harm, enough to influence without forcing. That's all I wanted.
Rick shook his head slowly, muttering under his breath, the tension of earlier cycles fading into something quieter, almost reverent. You're something else, Morty. Something I can't explain. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's something. Morty's eyes softened as he looked out over the Citadel, over the towers and spires, over the faint ripples of awareness threading through the city. He could feel the subtle acknowledgement of every observer, every cautious glance, every curiosity, tempered by patience. He felt the quiet resonance of countless interactions, small and delicate, that had left imperceptible marks across the Citadel's awareness. And he realized softly that this was what he had always sought, not control, not recognition, not power, but quiet acknowledgement, subtle understanding, and the patient shaping of presence without violence or force. Rick stood quietly behind
him, muttering under his breath, clearly torn between awe and disbelief. Morty, you've threaded yourself into perception here without chaos, without disaster, and somehow,
it's left things better. I don't understand it, but I can feel it. Morty let the threads pulse gently, letting the rhythm of awareness settle softly within him. The Citadel exhaled quietly, subtly, a gentle acknowledgement that wasn't proclaimed, wasn't shouted, wasn't forced, but was deeply felt. Every curious glance, every cautious observer, every subtle shift in attention had been threaded with patience and reflection, leaving a quiet legacy in its wake. He turned to Rick, voice soft, reflective, almost a whisper. We don't need grand victories, Rick. We don't need fireworks or applause. We just need understanding, patience, and care. That's enough to leave a mark that lasts. Rick's lips pressed together, nodding slowly. I still don't
understand it, Morty. I probably never will. But I can feel it. And somehow that's enough. Morty exhaled again, letting the threads ripple softly, brushing against the currents of awareness, still lingering, reflecting gentle acknowledgement.
Back into the Citadel's quiet pulse, he felt the legacy of his presence, delicate, patient, and persistent, threading itself into memory, perception, and subtle awareness, not loud, not dramatic, not heroic in the usual sense, but quietly extraordinary. He let his threads settle, fully feeling the Citadel breathe around him, soft and aware, and realized he had done exactly what he needed to do. Not domination, not control, not even recognition, just existence, patience, reflection, and care. And somewhere, in the quiet pulse of the Citadel, in the subtle acknowledgement threading through the corridors and towers, he felt a gentle resonance, a delicate loop of understanding that might linger long after he had left. Rick finally spoke, voice low, almost a whisper. "You're remarkable, Morty." "Absolutely remarkable." Morty smiled faintly, feeling the threads hum softly, a quiet rhythm aligning with the subtle pulse of the city. He didn't need to do more. He didn't need applause, validation, or recognition. The quiet acknowledgement was enough. The stars outside shimmered faintly, reflected in the Citadel's towers, and Morty felt the threads pulse one final time, gentle and soft, stretching outward into the infinite possibilities of space, awareness, and presence. He let them rest, leaving behind subtle ripples of acknowledgement, patience, and reflection. And with that, Morty let himself step back, a quiet presence threaded into the Citadel, resonating gently, and somewhere, he knew, he would always be. Remembered, not for power, not for dominance, not for spectacle, but for patience, understanding, and the quiet persistence of awareness. As the threads of the Citadel's awareness settle, and Morty's quiet presence lingers like a gentle hum in the corridors of memory, we come to the soft exhale of our tale. This story was never about dramatic battles or loud triumphs, but about the subtle, profound moments that shape perception, patience, and understanding. Through whispered thoughts, small acts of care, and the quiet resonance of awareness, we've witnessed a journey that threads itself into the spaces between chaos and calm, curiosity and comprehension. May this story leave you with a gentle echo in your mind, a reminder that quiet persistence, reflection, and empathy are powerful forces, shaping worlds softly yet enduringly. Like the Citadel itself, the threads of your own awareness ripple through life, touching, influencing, and harmonizing in ways you may not immediately see. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. Be okay, man.